Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of ADT the AMER development tournament. And today we go ahead and finally begin to bridge that gap between ADT and the MCT AMER tournament, as both of these matches will decide who will be moving on. But I am Private Dancer, followed alongside the exciting and electrifying Rico Nunez. How are you feeling today, Rico?
Not much as electrifying as you, my friend, but I'm here also with this very special guest here, and he's the boss here, guys. Private Dancer, welcome back. So nice to work with you again on this final day. This is the relegation day. The last chance, Private. This is the last chance for this team, so everything can happen, and one mistake could be lethal. So let's go.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. I've been watching back and forth when it comes to a lot of these teams putting in all of the effort, all of the ability that they need to kind of get to that point where they can move on. Well, like we said here, the winners here moving on to the AMER tournament, those final two spots in the North and South tournament. And I know all of these teams are, they would rather have no other opportunity.
Yeah, so before that, guys, so always reminding you that you can put your camera on the cell phone and scan this QR code right here. And you're supposed to follow our social networks, to follow us everywhere on Discord, on Instagram, on our social medias and platforms that are like transmitting here, like the broadcast is going on. And also our profiles here, Rico and Nunez. Private 8 gas snap snap here, gas S&A. Okay, so you can follow us also here to check and know everything what is going on the ecosystem of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. All the tournaments, all the patch notes, content, everything. So make sure you follow social network and be happy like us.
Yeah, it was just a few short months ago where we combined a bunch of these regions into one AMER tournament to try to see who we would reward with those international trips here. Now we've got the ADT, kind of like that grassroots organization. All these teams kind of playing together, finding out what it takes to compete at that, well, the competitive level, where each little mistake that you make begins to add up and begins to really find that a downfall. As we go ahead and take a look at the format here, Rico.
Yeah, so the format here, like, just a little bit different from north to south. In the north, for example, we got like the two teams that were like straight to the MCT AMER North. Okay, it was like I'm going to look it up for you because my memory is not so good as well, but Nopa Esports was one of the teams in the north, and also here Deportivo B2G. So these teams are going directly to the MCT AMER North, and today we are going to have this relegation fight. Boss Sports versus here Retaliation. That means the last spot for the MCT North. And in the South, yesterday we got Dragon Empire directly heading to the spot on MCT AMER South, that they were the champion. They won yesterday versus Imperial Esports. And Imperial now has one more chance, and the relegation is going to be against Titan Esports. Yeah, they were seed number 8 on the last MCT AMER, so they're fighting to still compete in the competition. So North and South here fighting for their lives in this last day so far, Private.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we've been seeing all of these teams, all the effort that they've been putting in, and we're talking about some teams that were just at that line and maybe came up just a little bit short. We've been talking about some of the mistakes some teams make, those little things that you might be able to get away with at a lower level. Here is that little taste of getting up into the pro scene, and you start realizing, oh man, some of these things actually hurt us, and some of these might actually turn the entire game. And that's what we're going to be seeing here today, is if these teams can clean up some of those mistakes that actually got them here to the relegation and move on up to the MCT AMER tournament.
Yeah, and it's really funny because like on both the north and south side here, we got like two distinct situations. One here is like it's a pro team, like still try to maintain he's still trying to survive in a competition, like Titan Esports, for example, and Boss Esports with like some older players from the other teams. He was still on the AMER last split, and the same thing here in the south. But now we're going to see our global ban system video. Let's go.
The global ban system has arrived, where basically a team cannot repeat their pick. Let's show you a little bit. For example, Team 1 picked Lapu. The opponent can indeed pick Lapu, but afterwards, they cannot repeat the pick. For example, Team 1 here made those 5 picks. They will no longer be able to use the same picks, and so on. Teams can indeed use the pick that the opponent used. If both use it, it can no longer be used in the series. And then, if it reaches a game number 7, there is no more global ban. The global ban is basically here to make the game more dynamic and much more functional. So, what did you think?
Yeah, it's something that's been a very opportunistic time here in the AMER tournament, where we have pretty much stuck with the AMER and the ADT, where we've stuck with this global ban system, meaning you can't just kind of one trick your way up through the ranking systems here. Your pool has to be pretty wide. Not just that, but you have to have a pretty deep understanding of how all of these compositions can fit into each other, especially when it gets to that game 4, that game 5. I know they talked about game 7. I think today is going to be all game best of 5s here, but especially when it gets to that possibility of a game 5 and you've kind of like stretched your roster thin, and you've got to think about some of those picks that you might not usually go for.
Yeah, so that is the and that is the magic about like the global ban system. So you have to think so much about the strategies, and not only like the meta changing, you know, like who's gonna be the best on the roles, for example, like getting like fighters on the gold lane, but now we're still having some surprises on the mid lane. So sometimes we're seeing Rafaela or Matilda, for example, in the mid lane. So you have to think so much about like these matches and how the global system fits to your strategy. So on the schedule for today here, Private, the match number 1 is Imperial versus Titan Esports. It's a relegation for the south. And in the north, we're going to have Retaliation and Boss Sports. Both are best of 5s and best for everything for these teams, Private.
Yeah, we're talking about kind of a mix. Like I said, right now, ADT is kind of blurring that line between the MCT AMER tournament, as one of these teams in each of these matches has kind of been fighting their way through ADT, while on the other side, another team has kind of fallen just a little bit short in the MCT AMER tournament. But you know that no matter which team you're rooting for, both of them are going to be putting it all into here to secure that spot for the MCT AMER tournament.
Yeah, we're talking about the last spot here on this main event, Private, for this next semester on the MCT AMER North and South. So we're seeing some of the brackets that all that happened since for the first day here on the south side. Los Grandes like losing to the Imperial like beating Los Grandes on 2-0, and then after Imperial versus Squad Phoenix was 2-0 for Imperial, and they lost in the grand final for Dragon Empire, but they lost. It was so close. It was the 3-2 with so many actions. We're so close fight here for this grand final. So that gives them a little confidence to fight the Titan Esports. Of course, Private, you were talking about Titan Esports. We're talking about like Hiro. We're talking about Hotun. You know as well, like you were like the casters from the last split, that this team has so many good players. They are so pro here on this MLBB professional scenario. So Imperial is going to have a hard challenge versus Titan Esports, but they are confident and they're powerful and they can win this game.
Yeah, especially with the way that they move through these brackets. You can see Imperial, up until that final, basically swept every single team that they came across. It's just the big things that tell and separate those pro top-of-the-line players from other players are how they handle when they fall down. And here, like I said, they just came up short when they met a match that could compete with them. As we take a look at the bracket and the winners for the North.
Yeah, so in the north here we got Retaliation that won the first round here versus Judah, and then they went through Nopa Esports here. That was like the semifinals, like of a semifinal here, because we got two teams going directly to the MCT AMER, and also they lost for Nopa Esports, and yesterday they got a big fight versus DMX, and now they are having the chance versus Boss Esports. And Private is like almost the same situation as the South. We have a team here like with fresh players. I'm so sorry, and we have Boss Sports here. Like they got together some of the players who already played in the last split on the MCT AMER North. So both are two distinct situations here. One, like a few players trying to still competing on the MCT AMER North and South, and like other team with the fresh new players wanting so much to be a part of this world. So everything can happen.
Yeah, in an interesting way, it's almost like the relegation matches are a little harder because you're already going to be going up against a team that has been tried and tested and knows what it's like to compete at that MCT AMER level. So, I mean, I hopefully these teams aren't expecting something that might be a little bit easier, because I'm telling you right now, when you talk about that experience that these teams have, you're going to come in that with spades. As we go ahead and take a look at Imperial Esports lineup. Oh, okay. I would go ahead and take a look at this. We got Ochiya, Super Cake, Emi-chan, Cleo, and a GFAB bringing it up for Imperial Esports. All of these players had a great showing yesterday, went to the complete distance, but just came up short, looking to sink their teeth into a spot in the AMER tournament.
So with Uchiha, Super Cake, Emi-chan, Cleo, and GFAB here, I believe that one of the pillars on this team is going to be a GFAB. I believe that if GFAB has like some hero with like play make style hero, that can be good for Imperial. Just to make Cleo on the goal lane more comfortable to play with some late game heroes. And now we're seeing the roles so far: the Titan Esports, Arctic, Hotun, Syndra, Fury, and Paquito. My goodness, this lineup here, like, it's going to be a nightmare versus any other team. Paquito, which played on the Alpha 7 on the last split, now joins on Titan Esports here to play with his brother, Hotun. This lineup here, my friend Private, rocks everything.
Yeah, and you know the communication is going to be solid. We're talking about a team that we saw in the last season of the MCT AMER tournament who just had nothing but bright things in their future. Here, though, at the relegation, they are fighting for that spot, and you know they're going to fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, so we're going to see this relegation fight. Here's a best of 5 between these two teams. As always, like, as we were talking here, like Titan Esports, that they were at the seed number 8 on the last split. Imperial, like, trying to be a part of the on the scenario here on the MLBB in a professional way. So everything is happening. So our predictions here, just a little bit different from like the score, but we think that we're on the same page about the team who's gonna win. So Titan Esports here, Private 3-1, me 3-2, and Kronos 3-0. Like, fast and clean for Kronos here by like Titan Esports. No recognizing Imperial performance here so far, Private.
Well, I want to say there's one thing that all of the casters really kind of agree on, that anybody will agree on, whether you're voting for Imperial, whether you're voting for Titan Esports, is that there is a very large mountain in front of Imperial right now. And that is going to be a lot of effort, a lot of synergy that is going to be needed if you are going to be able to climb that mountain and find yourself a success.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be a smooth mountain here for Imperial. The new boys here trying to fight this relegation with a hard challenge between like versus a Titan Esports in a best of 5. But as well as yesterday they fought versus Dragon Empire, and as we were talking here, it was so close game. It was a 3-2, not so easy for Dragon Empire. They are like guaranteed a spot on the MCT AMER South, and now we're going to see Imperial versus a Titan Esports. So our predictions goes for Titan Esports. Okay, so as we saw, so many good players, so many experienced players, you know, Paquito, Hotun, Arctic as well, you know, but everything can happen. This is Mobile Legends Bank, man. So there is no silly player here. There's no silly team. And oh my goodness, we're so excited to see what's going to happen here, Private, especially when it comes to the draft, which is coming on a few seconds.
Yeah, for me, the biggest thing, and I think we talked a little bit about this off cast a bit, is like what these teams are doing in their off time. That's going to be the biggest player here, especially when it comes to Imperial, who have been sharpening their blade against teams here for the past few weeks here. Have Titans been continually doing that themselves? Have they kind of like, you know, they know where they're at. They've kind of taken a little bit of a backseat, maybe taken a little bit of a rest. We'll find out here. Because like I said, there's a lot of effort that has been put in here, especially by Imperial. And we saw blazing through teams through the brackets until they finally met somebody who could actually toss that same type of aggression back at them. And unfortunately, it kind of felt like once they hit the ground, they had a lot of struggle trying to kind of keep that focus and get back. That's the big thing that's going to rewire. If they can get over a team here like Titan Esports, can you get knocked down and be able to maintain the focus that you need to be able to deliver those final blows and get the success that you need?
Yeah, and actually this is a very a good situation that you talked about here, Private, because on one side we got a team that passed through the whole bracket from on the ADT South. Now I think that they're like they're on the rhythm, you know, like they're fresh, like they're like heating up, warming up, playing the game, you know. And the other side, we're like having Titan Esports just watching and waiting, you know, for all what is going to happen on this bracket on the ADT South. So let's see what is going on. If they were practicing, obviously they were practicing because they have a new coach, Cabral. So Cabral here like is going to put everybody working, everybody like practicing so hard here to still keeping and still maintain the team on the MCT AMER South. So coming up with the brackets here, my friend Private, on the first game here. So as we were seeing since the first day, some typical bannings here, like Atlas, which we didn't see yesterday, for example, like 100% banned the whole day. Uranus, Marcel, so this one here, this other guy we were not able to see yesterday on a few days ago. Barrett, Selena, maybe, yeah, I believe it's much more than a target ban to take out from Syndra, for example, because he is very, very good with the Selena. And now we're seeing the third ban here of Imperial. I'm just waiting for maybe a Paquito to take out from Hotun, that he likes to play a lot. So let's see.
Yeah, the really interesting thing for me, oh wow, I want to say too, because like Paquito, Bellaric, Rafaela have become these kind of picks that are just so fluid and flexible that they can pretty much go anywhere. To see those three picks kind of left out there, I guess especially when you're looking at the side of Titan Esports, you want to secure that first pick. But when you see that coming on the side of Imperial, you're like, all right, we'll just leave everything open so that once you get that first point, we'll be able to reply with two picks of our own. Here, I mean, I maybe it depends on where you're going. Melissa has been that priority for a lot of people. She just rains down damage for a lot, and it's and that's going to be the first pickup there by Titan Esports.
And outcomes are probably here for Imperial, maybe a Bellaric or and Paquito in the response here, like for these two choices so far. I believe there's a high possibility here, like yeah, or maybe Zunshin here. I think that one thing is for sure, they're going to pick Bellaric for the roamer, you know, and the next choice here could be a mid lane, or still guaranteeing the Paquito to have this flexibility, or in the jungle, or in the XP lane as well. But now we're seeing Bellaric here, like probably the first choice here is about to be locking up, and the second one still have some like possibilities. Maybe the mid lane with Zunshin.
I kind of like, I mean, people go with the Brody. Sometimes they'll go with the Freya once they, I mean, because I like Brody's distance. See, he doesn't really have anything that goes against him when it goes to the go away. Freya, when you use that Flight of the Valkyrie, even if you use the go away, she's got such a long distance that she could still hit you and be able to clean up somebody like Melissa. Here, they're not going to prioritize that because Titan Esports have already showed their hand. They've got that marksman out there, so I feel like Imperium feels like they can go ahead, lock in some other priorities first before focusing down on what they want in that marksman lane. Harley, a great choice too against Melissa too, because Harley doesn't really need to get that close, and you're basically nullifying the effect of the go away when he uses that deadly magic and is able to get those cards onto you. Here, another big, strong, tanky frontliner,
Are they
which
going to
has
choose
been the
Lilia?
story.
Oh no, Eudora. Okay, Eudora. I thought that it would like taking out Lilia from Imperial, for example. That was a good combination with Harley on the composition, you know. But they choose Eudora and Gato Chacha. Okay, as you know, I'm not a big fan of Eudora at this point of the meta, you know, of the patch notes or something, you know, because I believe that if you want to play with Eudora, you gotta have a very big pressure on the mid and the river here, you know. So maybe with Gato Chacha, that can be there's some kind of a pressure here that we are waiting for. But I want to see like what are they about going to choose for a jungle, for example, maybe like an assassin to put more pressure. And now we hear Claude here on the gold lane here to guarantee this a late game plus the Dexter hologram, this mobility, you know, because it's a matchup versus Melissa, so on the lane phase and in the very first minute, it's not going to be easy as well, but still it's a good choice here for Imperial. But now see the bans is still coming up, assuming for Titan Esports here, so Imperial maybe making focus on the jungle, for example, or the XP lane, maybe taking out an Alice, a very good initiation to take out from Arctic, for example. Okay, Ken, I love this emote.
I love those little things too. I want to say Eudora, I kind of I half agree with you on paper when you talk about a Eudora and her kit. You, especially in the current meta, high on assassins, people who can get in, get out. Eudora should be basically like one of the last picks that you would want to go for. It's just that right now the amount of damage that you can output in such a small, tiny amount of time almost guarantees a kill every single time. And if you have something else there, to me, sometimes it almost feels, it can feel like a greedy pick. Like when you see a Layla in rank who's basically saying, hey guys, I need you to protect me for the first 15 minutes of this game, and then maybe I might have all of my items here. But Eudora, she makes up for it with that boss amount of damage that she's gonna bring in when she gets some of those items. So it has become kind of a mainstay, especially when you have those assassins that want to get in. If you are fast enough, you're going to be able to get that shock. You're going to be able to get that damage onto them and be able to blow them up before they're able to get out of harm's way here. And looking like with the burst damage being taken off the board, Farja being taken off by Titan Esports as well. And then we're focusing now, taking out the assassins on the side of Imperium.
Yeah, and there was a good ban here, like taking out Hirata, especially versus Harley, for example, like using the invulnerability. It's a hard word for me, like to pronounce, because of the deadly magic, you know. Too. Because of the deadly magic, you know. So it's a good choice here of banning. Nolan is another one, maybe like for choosing some squish heroes coming out from Imperial. So this assassin with this high burst of physical damage coming out from Nolan, that can be a very good choice too. But now let's wait for in Titan Esports. Are they still going to focus on the mid lane? Maybe taking out a Lilia, for example, here to have a very interesting early game for Imperial or other magician. Oh, no, Freya. Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about too. The Freya pick has been one of those big primary pickups on there, especially if you know how to use it. Even when you see it coming, there's nowhere that is safe, even underneath some of your towers there as well. There's still some good picks. I'm not sure if Titan Esports, if we have a Ling player on the team, that's still a big steady one that I would like, depending what we got. Flying Clouds here. I was going to say Ling is good depending on the map. You don't want to use him. I believe, what is it? The Broken Walls, where Ling's got he has some traversing he needs to do on there. And we're going to be picking up some big damage on the side of Gord here. Almost, Yes, I see what I already know what you're gonna say too, because right now the big problem with Gord in the current meta is that he's kind of a sitting duck, and you're gonna need a lot of CC to be able to lock people down, to protect Gord, make sure that he's not getting jumped on. And on the other side, what do we have out there? We've got an Avatar of the Guardian coming from Gatakacha, so he has a huge tool that he can be able to launch onto Gord if wanted.
Yeah, and I was thinking about all the situation here. Like, you have Claude, so Claude with the mobility, so he likes to play alone. For example, you have Harley with teleportation, another mobility hero. So Gord has no mobility. So like maybe in a block team fight here, that could be not the best of the roads for Gord here. So he is gonna need the protection coming out from Valeric. So I believe that this Valeric most of the time is going to be in a reactive situation, not being proactive, using the Wrath of the Dryads, for example, to maybe make some hard initiations, you know. So I think that with the Gord, I still prefer Lilia here, you know, like with using the Dark Shoes, the ultimate, so has some kind of independence on the lane, you know. But Gord, no mobility, no escapability, and he's gonna be like very needy from this protection coming out from Valeric, or maybe from the XP laner who's about to coming up.
Or we switch Valeric to the XP lane, pick up Cho as a roam. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Is now you've got some peeling ability for your Gord. You've actually got a decent amount of peeling ability for your Gord, and not just that, you've got a setup on your own. And what we used to have with the old Kalea pickups, where she'd be able to snatch somebody up with the Tsunami Slam. Here, you're going to have a way of the Dragon Kick, be able to isolate somebody. Gord comes in with that Mystic Gush. It is a wrap for one of those players to start off a lot of these fights. I really do like Imperium's draft here against the team of Titan Esports.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Private. I didn't see that Lancelot coming. I thought about like Lancelot possibility here, but we didn't used to see Lancelot since for the first day here. So we did not see Lancelot, you know. Okay, versus the Deadly Magic to guarantee objectives. Lancelot, it's a perfect choice. But as we were seeing, no Lancelot until this day, until the last day here versus this Harley. And now with the Cho, as you well said, now we have a situation here. We have a possibility with the Way of the Dragon, the Mystic Gush, you know, plus the Blazing Duet, if everything works well for Imperial. So that's gonna be a way for Imperial to get this victory, okay? But in my opinion, it's not gonna be that easy versus this composition coming out from Titan Esports.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different answers on the side of Titan Esports. Some of them, even if you lock somebody down, you've got that burst damage that can come out from Syndrak on that Eudora. You've got the tankiness of the front line, and then the iframes from the Lancelot pickup. So it's going to be very interesting. The only thing I'm kind of questioning right now would be possibly the Esmeralda. Is that going to be able to be all right in the lane? You can, I answered my question. You can see Esmeralda's already well deep in enemy territory. We do have a little bit of a fight here happening at mid, and it does look like the Little Wanderer picked up by Supercake.
Yeah, the stun from Gord here was like very funny because he used the stun and on the dash of Lancelot. So he was stunned like after the dash. So it was really curious here on the river. So we're seeing like GFAB trying to get some information here. So in the gold lane here, we're seeing this 1v1. Oh, Melissa kind of have a hard time here versus Claude. Okay, it's about like
that was actually.
Okay,
very interesting to me. I was about to say, like, you usually don't see Claude actually being so dominant here. Not just that, pushing into her lane to the point that she has to hide underneath the tower. The only problem with that is if you're going to be having that good of a time, maybe kind of lean back a bit, give Imperium some time to gank up into that lane. You know, let her get that ego that she needs to push a little further, which will allow your jungler to come in and get those ganks that are necessary for it. Now, a little bit of a peekaboo here with Paquito on the side.
Okay, Supercake is able to guarantee still with the Harley with the level 4. So now the turtle is on the pit. Hotun immediately started. Oh,
Ooh, big Mystic Gush comes out. Paquito, it is a... Oh, no, he's actually able to get away. Super Cake in trouble, gets taken out by the damage from Sidrak. A little bit of an assist there coming from the Esmeralda coming out from Arctic. And that's going to be a clean turtle coming out for Titan Esports Club.
The idea was so good here coming out from Imperial, but the execution was like so close to get the first blood here, but everything went wrong to Imperial. They lost the turtle, they lost the first blood here. Syndra got the first kill, so that was not the best early game, it was not the best beginning for Imperial, but still, they're still on the game. They still have some chance here, but they have to take care about this situation.
Well, and that kind of lines up to a point about this current meta, where it is a fast-paced tempo that you need to keep right from the beginning of the game. As soon as that objective is up, you need to be right there. We even haven't heard a Guardian coming up with the Mystic Gush, following on the 3 players. Paquito in trouble is going to be able to try to get himself away, being chased down by Cleo. Super Cake able to pick up the kill. GFab on the side in the mid. Syndrak looking for an escape, is able to find it. GFab in trouble as Arctic comes in. Chan able to find a stun, and Arctic has made his presence known all the way from the XP lane twice now in the mid.
They were so excited to get the kill in the mid lane, so they forgot the XP lane. They forgot they had no information like, okay, is Esmeralda coming up here in the mid lane to try to do something? And that happened because Belleric was on the chase. Belleric was on the field also to get the kill. Okay, could be worse for Imperial. They lost the flicker on the Emission. They lost the flicker on GFAP. That's okay. They were able to survive. Now it's 2-1 here for Imperial. This is only the first game here, Private.
Yeah, and you can see Super K coming in from the side. I think right now the biggest problem has been kind of the rotations. Ooh, Uchiha goes in with the flicker. Mystic Gush is out. Paquito takes a whole face full of it, but does not go down. A kind of a wasted opportunity there. Wasted spell, especially before the turtle comes up. Now you're not going to have that Wrath of the Dryad. You're not going to have a flicker to close the distance. They don't care. They're going to try to go in. GFab looking for a way to the dragon. Gets a little bit of a pop-up there. We do have a big damage coming out from Hotun, able to pick up the turtle. Uchiha in trouble, gets hit with a big ultimate from Paquito.
Yeah, so I believe that everything like started to go wrong for Imperial. But the moment that GFAB didn't hit the way of the dragon on the target, I think that he was trying to get maybe Esmeralda, for example, or even Lancelot. But he couldn't do that. He didn't do that. And he went to Melissa. So the target wasn't the best one because Melissa was so far from the team fight here. Like the turret was guaranteed by Titan Esports. And then like Emission was exposed. Not Emission, but Uchiha was exposed. And that opened the chance for Titan Esports here to get one other kill and the turtle. So as we're tracking the goal lead now, it's just a little bit bigger for Titan Esports. I believe it's not going to be a big deal so far, but Imperial has to like improve their movement. Imperial have to try to find some chances and some opportunities here to get 1 or 2 kills here to get back in this gold lead.
Yeah, they're not completely out of it, but it does kind of feel like synergy and communication are just a bit off. You go in with Uchiha, with that flicker and the Wrath of the Dryad, completely miss the target you were looking for, and you do that before the turtle even spawns. So now you don't even have something for the turtle, and Titan Esports were able to take advantage of that quickly. They just need to get on the same page, maybe take a breath, realign on what they need to be doing on this map. Ooh. You can see Cleo almost got caught by Paquito, and now tides have begun to shift a bit as you see that Demon Hunter sword being picked up by Fury.
And you know what here, Private? One thing that I was wondering about that. Okay, they choose Belleric here for the XP lane. I believe, and I have the impression that Belleric was like officially to go on Roamer. But since they were like following the composition, like following the draft, and they were seeing like, okay, maybe Belleric is not going to be a good idea on the Roamer, so we have to choose Paquito, for example. Okay, the response was really interesting, but Belleric lost the tower on the XP lane because Esmeralda has more split push potential. Here we go, Private. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and see that Thorned Rose. Hotu makes short work of that, and another objective gone from Imperial. Now, maybe looking to push into that mid. Uchiha's going to go ahead and put some damage down. Emi-chan looking for an opening. And I absolutely agree right now that, yeah, it kind of felt like that little change. They just weren't able to capitalize in that XP lane, and that really, really cost them here. You see Arctic just having a great game.
Yeah, so we're seeing Arctic with Esmeralda here with a very he has an interesting potential from split push. So he already take down the first tower on the bottom lane here. So and Belleric always have to follow the team, always have to do this front line as well and protect the carries for Imperial. So somehow here Titan Esports has a little bit of advantage when it comes to the macro game. So we're seeing the mini waves hitting the tower number 2 on the bottom lane. And where is Belleric? Belleric is in the jungle. Okay, he's a roamer. No, he's an XP lane. But he has to take this part on this infights here. He had to take this part on this rotation to help Imperial to not let Titan Esports get a huge advantage on the map.
Yeah, and that just kind of comes from the mind game coming from Titan Esports Club. You had 2 engagements that Arctic was able to rotate from the XP lane down to mid, which kind of forced Uchiha to be like, oh man, I need to start joining these fights because my team is losing because I'm not rotating fast enough. But that doesn't mean completely ignore your lane right now that's being pushed. Even that tier 2 towers, down below half health. And that's an unfortunate kind of problem when it comes to having a pick like Belleric in the XP lane. You need to have something that can cover down on it. Maybe if we had a more dominant marksman lane against Melissa, but they're kind of even. And if maybe Claude was able to get that advantage and we put more pressure there, Claude might be able to rotate down to be able to start pushing that bottom lane. But we're just not at that point yet. And I think Imperium is just kind of scrambling with what to do. When you over after the Dryad, Supercake able to find himself a kill onto Fury. Blazing Duet is out. Cindric very low. They're trying to chase him down. Flicker is out. GFAB might be in a little bit of trouble. Emi-chan finds a kill onto Paquito as well. And just like that, there are 2 down for the side of Titan Esports. Now looking to secure themselves a Lord. Maybe missing all of those turtles might not matter if they can secure the one that counts. Down to about 25% health, doing a good job trying to keep out Hotun, looking for an entrance, and he is not able to find it. In comes Arctic, trying to pay them for it. Uchiha on the front line, taking the damage. GFAB with that. Jukondo gets taken out by Cindric. Even with the Mystic Gust to try to secure his escape, they are not able to. All in all, they lose 1 player, but pick up the objective in the first Lord.
I was about to make a compliment here with GFAB and Uchiha because they have done a great job stopping Hotun's aggression to try to steal the Lord. But now GFAB comes with this surprisingly movement to get killed on the mid lane. That's okay for Imperial because the Lord is heading.
Yeah, big Wrath of the Dryad. You have to use that Avatar of the Guardian to get out of there, but the deadly magic still puts him to sleep, and we still have almost a full health Lord making its way through the top lane. Very wisely, Titan Esports had to kind of split pushing there, trying to create some presence at the bottom of the lane. They're actually going to be able to get that tier 2. Now, big in the purple buff now. Blazing Duet onto the backside. Arctic takes a face full of it, still able to get away, and that is 2 towers down on the side of Titan Esports with that Lord push.
I gotta be honest with you, Private. I was so amazed with the Mystic Gush here coming out from Emi-chan that I completely forgot the Blazing Duet from Cleo here. He's 004. He's not joining so much the team fights, but now he can be a part of everything because I don't know. The last item that I saw him finish, it was the Corrosion side. So I believe that he already closed the Trinity core items for Cloud, and now I think that he can rush a Malefic gun, for example, to improve the range for this Cloud, So Imperial here now, it's having a good time. But as we're checking here, the gold lead, the gold, it's even for both teams, and everything is possible. So it's still a 50-50 game here so far, Private.
Yeah, and you when we talk about the big damage dealers on the side of Imperium, you got some big AoE damage dealers out there. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Trinity has been picked up for the side of Claude. You got the Demon Hunter, Corrosion Scythe, and the Golden Staff. So he is going to be shredding. And when you include that with the Mystic Gush and possibly the Wrath of the Dryad, you're going to have a team that's going to be stuck stationary there. Now this it seems like this combination, this composition that they have is going to start coming online. It's going to start being able to tank, and it's really going to come down, I want to say, to that front line, to the Bellaric, to the GFAB on the Cho right now. Are they going to be able to kind of stay in that front line without allowing too much onto the back line, especially when you've got a Lance who can quickly get back there. Pequito as well. Fury has a great range on that Melissa as well.
And we are talking about the close composition coming out from Titan Esports Private. We're talking about Arctic with Esmeralda, Lancelot, Paquito, you know, so even Eudora. Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of Eudora here, because she has no mobility. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry, fans of Eudora. But now the Lord here, he started by Imperial. Now he's getting just a little bit reset. But both teams are dancing around this important Lord here. Kronos, Arctic. Oh, I'm so sorry, Private. Oh, I'm crazy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they got 25% left on here. They stop on it as well, too, which is really kind of crazy. Now they're going to go in. Mystic Gush is out. Wrath of the Dryad, but it's only on Arctic. Super Cake able to find a Lord, but we have a brawl. A big blazing duet. On to 3 players onto the back line. Able to use that BMI to get himself out of harm's way. Super Cake finds himself a kill onto Paquito. Uchiha chasing them down, looking to maybe get themselves another one. Hotun able to find a kill onto Cleo as GFAB looks for that escape.
There was so close fight here, Private, between this Lord. Both teams like losing one player in the process, but the Lord marching on the top side here, but probably it's not going to be very useful because the Titan is going to melt down this Lord here. Apparently there will be no defense for this objective, and Imperial, like, okay, it's still on the advantage here on the map, at least. Not in the gold, not in for example, in a resource coming out from the AD carries, for example. But still, they have this confidence. They have this good situation. And now they're heading, Okay.
Yeah, they're going to go in, big clear out with that Mystic Gush. They're going to be able to take themselves down another tier 2 tower. And this is why I see a lot of people that sometimes get confused when there's a Lord fight and they're wondering why people don't just burst down the Lord in the middle of a team fight. And this is exactly why, because you want to make sure that you have secured your escape. If you just kind of 50-50 that Lord, you don't know if you're going to be able to make it out of there. That's why you see a lot of teams go ahead, they stop on the Lord, and they immediately try to focus on the team fight to clean up and make sure that they have made that pathway so that when they do take the Lord, they can get away. They can accompany the Lord. They can do a split push if they want to. Here, this is kind of what happens when you're kind of in the midst of a team fight and you're just kind of trying to get that 50-50 on the Lord. You didn't have your escape. You lost somebody super important to that front line, and you weren't able, you kind of had yourself kind of a wasted Lord. They did get a lot of towers on the bottom lane though, so still looking pretty good for Imperium here.
Yeah, so that's perfect. That's perfect. I totally agree with what you said here, Private, especially with the Lord situation, especially because you have a Lancelot on Titan Esports composition. So Lancelot here uses the triangle, for example, to get this invulnerability situation and trying to guarantee the Lord or steal the Lord. So it's not that easy for Imperial just to burst down this objective. So they have to manage as well this objective, and they're doing a great job so far here. No tower number 1 on the mid lane here for Titan Esports so far. So Titan is they're trying to play together, they're trying to walk together here to get this information, because Imperial had this map dominance until now, and now GFAB, Arctic!
Yeah, might be a little bit of trouble here. 3 members. Arctic gets kicked back, and Super Cake finishes the job. Right now, Hotun just having a little bit of trouble being able to kind of find some of these kills. We're really banking on Fury to kind of build up the damage he needs to be able to kind of hold off these teams. You see Imperial looking for a way in here. 50% on this Lord. They do back up. Now they're going to go ahead and start the Lord on their side. They pulled it out. They want themselves a little bit of of a fight here. They're looking for it. As you can see, lane's beginning to push mid-tower. Avatar the Guardian comes down. Wrath of the Dryad is on a super cake. And they're going to find a kill onto Paquito. Cleo finds one onto Hotun and Sindrak. 2 for the marksman of Imperio. And that's going to be a Lord for the side of Imperio. Super cake scoops that up. Fury in trouble alone against 5 members. No more dreams, Fury. No more pain. Only dreams here.
No more Fury, Private. No more pain for Titan Esports here. Losing 4 players in this last team fight. And now the Lord is coming up in favor for Imperial one more time. That's Imperial, my friend. That's the Peruvian team. Chasing down, ruling everything here. And Arctic, oh my goodness, 1v1 here. Okay. That was an honest 1v1 here.
Yeah, a little bit of tap dancing there from Super Cake. They're going to be able to get away from that falling star moon from Arctic there. And just like that, things have begun to flip back onto Imperio, or for Imperio, Titan Esports. Now, Lord up at the top. They're about to lose the mid-high ground too, trying to kind of force that as well. Big burst going on to the Lord, while Imperio may be looking to push things at the mid. They don't have the lanes synced up just yet, so that might be all for them. One high ground tower. They're going to go ahead and try to force it here. A little bit of a fight coming in, then deep into the back line. Emmy Chan finds a kill onto Hotun. Cleo takes down the tower. Imperio looking for the upset in the first game, looking to take down this core. Are they going to be able to? Now, backing up, looking for an angle to maybe find their way in, but Titan Esports do a good job of clearing out those waves.
Yeah, one more is heading up on the mid lane here, my friend. Private, it could be the end.
Yeah, that's going to be the last high ground tower for Titan Esports. Oh, we do have a concealed play out there. Paquito might be in a little bit of trouble here. Maybe looking for a Wrath of the Dryad. Damage is out. Uchiha in trouble. Do have a Blazing Duet. Immortality has been proc 50% on the base. Imperio looking for the upset. Can they find it? Oh, they're getting very low. This might be the defense that we're looking for from Titan Esports. Sindrak goes down and traded off by Cleo. Titan Esports do find themselves a defense, but at what cost? No more high grounds. And I want to say 3 players that got hit down from that last defense.
I thought the same thing here, Private. I thought the Imperial was like losing 3 or 4 players in this last operation here on the base, but no, they actually only lost Cleo. And now the whole base is exposed here for Titan Esports. So they are going to have a nightmare versus Imperial in this first game. Okay, once again, it's not over yet. It's not done. One mistake here caused by Imperial can be the end. Oh, Hotun! Okay.
Oh, yeah. Used that Thorned Rose at the right time there to stop that way of the Dragon Kick from coming out there. Good effort by Imperio, but man, that's just kind of showing the control that they have on the map. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead. Arctic in a little bit of trouble here. Might need to get out of the way. Wrath of the Dryad in the mid. We don't. Oh, there's the Mystic Gush coming out. Paquito, very low. Hotun with the big Thorned Rose coming out as well. Cleo with that Blazing Duet. Arctic finds himself a kill. Oh no, Imperio on the back foot, looking for an escape. This might be the wrap and the intensity that Titan Esports was looking for. Minions at their heels. Are they going to be able to close this down? It's just a GFAB alone who's going to have to try to protect this mid push coming from Titan Esports. That's a tier 2 down. Now looking for the high grounds, GFAB trying to delay them. They're not taking the bait though. Minions coming in. GFAB tries to dance himself around, and on the backside, just like that, Titan Esports able to reclaim this victory from the jaws of defeat.
You know what, Private? That's why I love Mobile Legends Bang Bang. What just happened here? Oops, I'm sorry, the micro here dropped. What just happened on this first game? Imperial had all the chances to finish this first one, but one team fight here. One mistake caused by Imperial on the mid lane, and Titan Esports went through the base and won the first game here so far.
Yeah, I'm actually, I don't know what happened with that last fight. It did feel like there was a little bit of hesitation on the Wrath of Dryad coming out, combined with the Mystic Gush and the Blazing Duet. A lot of that damage didn't come in until the very, very end. And I'm wondering if they started that fight before the ults were actually online for the side of Imperial. Either way, Titan Esports, patience, cunning, waiting for the opportunity that they needed, and immediately run that down mid to claim the victory here. Look at 9-13 here. You would have thought that that was a score for the losing side.
Yeah, so you're seeing here in the highlights, the game was like, we could see and we could say that only the early game here was close for both teams, but after that, like, Imperial was like just taking some advantage, step by step, moving forward, taking one tower, two towers, some good initiations coming out from with Valeric, for example. GFAB always collecting this information, always gaining this Zuni and causing this pressure on the back line here, for example. I believe that is why, like, Melissa didn't show up on before the late game, for example. But still, like, I think that Imperial, not this one here, because okay, Imperial, like, they were aware that they could not have finished the game in that moment, so they decided to change back. But that was in the middle. That was the mid lane here. Like, Uchiha, like, what does I didn't see like he using the Wrath of the Dryads here to initiate the fight, or not having the synergy, like the perfect synergy with like the Wrath of the Dryads and GFAB coming up with the Way of the Dragon, for example. I saw the Mystic Gush like hitting 2 players, but it wasn't enough like to take the players down, you know. Like, by the time of the at this point of the game, Gato Chacha, Arctic with Esmeralda, they both had the radiant armor, some magic resistance, so it was not that easy to gore to finish these players, you know. So they bought time enough to Melissa shows up, you know, to with all the items, with the full build here to cause the damage necessary to get this last team fight in favor to Titan Esports. So as you said, maybe some lack of a communication, maybe some lack of like a decision on this last team fight could be like, that would be lethal for Imperial to defeat or to get defeated in this first game.
Yeah, it's I want to say, once you got the power spike, once you got that Trinity build for the Claude, it felt like it was all Imperial all the way, pretty much just pushing back Titan Esports. The problem with that last fight is I'd have to kind of watch it on a replay to understand a little bit better, but it did look like they were off sync. And by the time the Wrath of the Dryad came out, by the time I saw a Blazing Duet, Claude was already at like 25% health. Beleric is already pretty low. I feel like they kind of got bamboozled. A lot of damage went out, and they didn't line up on the Wombo combo that they were having so much success with. And a lot of those ultimates kind of came out as a panic, and it wasn't together. They were kind of like, I want to say, stepped in. You had the Wrath of the Dryad, still no Blazing Duet. And then as the Wrath of the Dryad ended, Mystic Gush came out, and it wasn't all together like it had been with all the successful fights there. But man, bravo to Titan Esports Club to be able to kind of, this is what we talk about when it comes to teams who have been kind of on their back, who know what it's like to kind of play from a defensive position where they're losing. No high ground towers left at their base, but still putting on the pressure, continuing on with that tempo, and finding that little moment that they needed to be able to push into the enemy core.
Yeah, I agree with you. Totally right here. And plus, maybe, like, at least I have this impression here, maybe they experience being a strong ally coming out from Titan Esports, you know, because they have their whole base exposed, they have their whole base open, but they still like, okay, guys, we can do this. And no, like, it's not over yet, it's not done yet. As I was talking like just a few minutes before, like the last team fight, it's not over yet, so we still can do this. And they had the resilience to get back in the game. And one lack of a decision on the mid lane here coming out from Imperial, that was like all they needed to close the first game. So shout out to Titan Esports here, because they were like very patient and resilient to win the first game. And a big shout out also to Imperial, because they were a nightmare for Titan Esports in this first game. So they showed Titan Esports, hey, we are here, we are strong, and we can beat you. So be careful.
And it's something to talk about when it comes from what seems like a single kind of mistake that kind of cost you, and that's kind of an easy cleanup when it comes to it. I want to say this current meta has kind of shown me, I don't want to say a weakness, but what seems like a chink in the armor of a lot of teams when it comes to that final push with the Lord. I feel like we get kind of a little big-headed when we're with that Lord pushing into base, and we're just like, I've seen so many when it comes to the current meta, more so than last time. I felt like when we had the tanky meta, a lot of teams respected the enemy's ability to defend a lot more. They'd get a tower, they'd get maybe 2, they'd step back, and they're like, all right, guys, we got one more high ground. Let's save that for another time. Clean up enemy jungle, freeze the lanes, and we'll continue sorting this out with the next Lord. I've seen so many times here that a lot of teams, they get, now that they've got the advantage, now that they've got the Lord on there, they're like, all right, all in, everybody go for it. Here, they lost a player on the last defense, with maybe which is what allowed Titan Esports to kind of find that the advantage that they needed with that final push and that final fight. There was just there was an ingredient missing that they were able to take an advantage of.
Yeah, so we're seeing the meta like situation coming up for everything and every side, especially when it comes to the closing game. And as you well said, we're not seeing so many victories coming up like from a team say something like, okay, we are 5, so it's a 5v5 on the base, you know, it's a real battle and we are going to win. No, like most of the wins coming out with the 1 pick off or maybe 2, you know, so you have a superior number. So, okay, now we can go to the base and win the game, you know. So if you come like with a 5v5, the possibility and the probability is going to be like, or 50-50, or even worse for you, because it's the base, it's a very like tight space, you know, so you can defend the base very like better than you were like in the jungle or in the middle of the map, for example. So everything can happen. So most of the victories that we are seeing, as you said, it's not only a 5v5, it's after you like get 1 player loss or 2 pick-offs here, so you have the advantage to win the game. But now we're seeing the draft number 2 here, Private, with Selena, Balearic, and Uranus coming up from Imperial, and Titan Esports with Freya, Melissa, and maybe on the last one here, they definitely going to be an Atlas here. I'm not seeing like this Atlas being coming open for both teams here, or at least for Imperial, or at least Imperial like was like forcing Titan Esports to ban Atlas in the 3rd ban here to get Hilda. I don't think so. Come on. Not gonna happen,
right now,
right?
you've got things like, you've got Paquito open, without Melissa kind of on the board. You've got,
Marcel.
So this is something that we don't always see, and it's kind of that double-edged sword. Marcel works so well when your team has that synergy built around where they can kind of come together. However, if you guys are at any way not on even footing, Marcel can kind of be a debilitating factor for your team here.
Well, do you see this Megazord coming up from Titan Esports so far? It's Hirata and Barrett here. So that was a good and strong response coming out from the Titan Esports here. But now, nah, not Mia, right? So maybe Melissa, as they didn't choose on the... Oh, no, she's banned. Okay, so sorry. Imperial here. No Melissa, no Claude. I think that maybe they're going to guarantee a Brody, for example, on the goal lane. I don't see this Mia. Maybe for like being more independent on the lane phase here, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I'm the wrong person to ask about Mia. I have Mia at the bottom of my ranking alongside Hanabi. When it comes to marksmans, I like to kind of see out there. Here,
Okay.
I do like the kind of what we have with the Dairoth. I think I've talked about this before too. Dairoth, he actually is kind of a hidden gem when it comes to dealing with the tanky sustain meta that we have in the XP lane. But the reason you don't see him get picked as often is because he's kind of a sitting duck for a lot of assassins. He's good when you're going against somebody that's slow, that allows him to get his health back, that he can go with that abyssal strike. But when you're talking about somebody who's fast, that can go in, get that damage very quickly, he's actually very squishy going against other assassins there. And then here you can see the poke coming out from the side of Titan Esports as they go ahead and pick up that Novaria.
Yeah. I was about to say that maybe Titan Esports would come with the ADT here to make some counter for our Marcel, but no, they came with Novaria here in Syndra's hand. As we saw in the first game, they banned, like Imperial banned Novaria, but now she's coming on this second game. So I want to see like on the rest of the banning phase here. So they banned Nolan, so focusing on the jungle, and now Imperial here, maybe. All right, so focusing on the roamer. Maybe a glue that could be. No, Matilda. Okay.
A glue for who? For Titan Esports or for Imperial?
Yeah, banning. Like I was like wondering if Imperial like was thinking of banning glue for to take out from Titan Esports on the roamer, in a roamer, for example. But no.
You still got a Rafaela out there. You've got a very mobile composition here. You got a lot of, I want to say poke. So I'm assuming we're going to go with something heavy so that it's not just on Barats to kind of tank that front line. So that will give the time for our Novaria, give the time for Hirara to find a way in to do some damage as well. Especially with, I want to say, a very squishy lineup so far from the side of Imperio. Oh, and there's the Paquito taken off the board, which is interesting because I feel like Barats does a good job of kind of dealing with the Paquito in the lane anyway.
And now we're seeing waiting for this last ban coming out from Imperial. Okay, they focused on Matilda here, maybe for roaming. Rafaela? Alright, so assuming a Barrett on the XP lane here. So in the roamer, they're about to see and about to choose any other, maybe a tanky hero, perhaps, but I want to see like how is Imperial thinking about like on this last banning here. Still like missing, they're still left Imperial, roaming and gold lane here, probably for Titan Esports. So Brody was the last ban here. Okay, focusing on the gold lane. It's still Clint. It's available for Titan Esports. Maybe that's a good that's a good choice here with a late game, or maybe in a transition from mid and late game here, like solid for Titan Esports, waiting to Hirara grows up, Novaria grows up, you know. So maybe a Clint here. That can be a good choice, Private.
Yeah, the only other thing I'm thinking, Carry is one of the better picks that they usually go with, but you don't have anything that Carry does well against on the side of Imperial. You usually want her against those tankier lineups. They're gonna go with the Clint. Or the Claude. They're gonna go with the Claude, which it'll be pretty interesting. You've got some pretty mobile heroes on the side of Imperio's side, so you're gonna have to kind of set that up with something before you go in with that blazing duet. And when it comes to setups and when it comes to CC, we're hovering right now over Zushin, who's been I want to say kind of back and forth. I want to say 50-50 when it comes to how she kind of goes into compositions right now. Hayabusa comes out on the side of Imperio, which is, I'm not going to lie, Hayabusa was one of my first assassins that I ever played in this game. And he has kind of fallen to the wayside, especially with the current meta when it comes to some of these faster assassins that can get that tempo right from the beginning. And that's because there's just these tiny hesitations in Hayabusa's kit when it comes to his abilities. You have to go in, quad shadow in, get your shurikens on them to get your stacks. That already tells the enemy, hey, he's coming back here. He's going to do some damage. And not just that, but when you come in, there is the slightest hesitation with his shadow kill that allows something like a Eudora, and it allows the CC to come out and pretty much stop him in his tracks. So you have to be very good on that hero to be able to kind of make it work, especially above other picks like Nolans or Lings or people that can just really come in and deal out that damage.
Yeah, so Badang here is going to be a response versus this Hayabusa and the Shadow. Okay, so composition is finished here. So first of all, guys, you in the chat, I want to say that Private has all the properties here to talk about Hayabusa, because I saw him playing with Xena on the last game, and he was like, he was insane. He was like taking down players that you're mine, and I say, oh my god. So Private, yeah, he's a pro playing with Hayabusa. But now here we're seeing like Private. I'm just a little worried about like Imperial's composition here, because okay, they have crowd control, they have the damage, especially coming out with Hayabusa and Dyra, for example. But I'm worried about like the resistance, you know. I'm thinking about like maybe some just a little bit squishy composition coming out from this Imperial here, my friend. So I want to see how are they gonna work, how they're gonna work with this rotation, with this movement here, especially on this first levels and the first totals here. And for me, Titan Esports composition is like it's more complete, you know. Like for me, I can see like Claude with the late game, a solid late game, Hirata here with the dashes and the invulnerability thing here to guarantee the objectives. You have Novaria with a very hard poke. You have Barrett with the ultimate here, causing so much pressure, especially when it comes to objectives, you know. So I don't know, maybe Titan Esports here, like for me, has just a little bit advantage on the composition, but let's see, everything can happen.
I feel like there's more wiggle room in Titan Esports draft. There's more room for them to maybe make a mistake and still be able to come out on top. Imperios, you need to be one single unit. As soon as that golden hour comes down, everybody needs to go ahead and blast on the same target. Oh, speaking of which, what a big amount of damage already. Hotun might be in a little bit of trouble, is able to get away from that, but I don't know if they want this fight. Is able, comes in, shadow kill, looking, no, quad shadows, Syndrak able to find a damage out there, and Hotun goes down, and that is a jungle kill for the side of Imperio. Yeah,
so this poke coming out from Navarre is going to be a nightmare here versus Imperio, but there was a high risk here coming out from both teams, especially when you have like one side you have the lantern of Zunshin to stack and have this crowd control. On the other side, have Novaria and Badang here causing this pressure on the mid. And now, okay, GFAB here gained this information, like seeing what is happening on the purple buff here. So both teams here like starting so chaotic, starting so frenetic. 1-on-1 here, and 15 seconds left to the first turtle on the top side of the river.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this Zushin's going to have a pretty tough game here, because first of all, when it comes to the mid lane, you're not going to see Navaria get in range of that lantern. She's going to be off in the distance, lighting out those meteors, making sure that she's keeping her distance. If you get close enough to Paquito to be able to use that lantern, he's going to come in with that fist crack. Now, you can see them big do have a vision going out by both of them. Now looking for the damage. Quad Shadow comes out. Hotun able to go ahead, clean up that Lord. Arctic comes in, finds a kill onto Super Cake. Lantern is out. Oh, and we just miss the Spear of Vengeance. Arctic's going to use that flicker to get out. Emi-chan filling to kill. 2 down for the side of Titan Esports as well. They do find themselves an objective, but the score just narrowly tilting to the side of Imperio.
For a second, I thought there would be like a disaster for Imperial here, but at least like Uchiha saving the day, and Super Cake as well here, because Arctic came so good with the flank and using the ultimate, like stacking and stopping some players from out from Imperial, and gave the opportunity for Titan Esports to get the first turtle, you know. And 2 kills for Titan. Okay, Emi-chan. All right, the wall here from Badan. Okay, they're okay. So Both like the fight is getting close for both teams, you know. It's like, so just a little bit of details here is gonna make a huge difference for any of the teams here, Private. So, okay, so Imperial with 3 kills, Uchiha, Supercake, and Emishan. That's okay. Cleo has to show just a little bit in this fight here. Okay, we have to wait for like the power spike coming out from Moskov, but he has to be solid. He has to appear here to help the team.
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting for Hotun to start coming online to where some of those cooldowns are going to be very, very low, where you can kind of come in, get the damage, find yourself a way out. Speaking of which, we do have a big nom-noms to the side of Imperio. Is that going to be enough to take him down? Ew, he's able to find himself underneath the tower, still looking for trying to get that kill. Hotun finally manages to find it, and down goes Uchiha.
That was a dangerous 1v2 here coming out from Titan Esports, but they got the kill. And now seeing Supercake trying to respond, trying to compensate something. But again, the turtle, the second one on the top side of the river. Uchiha is coming back here from on the river, and everything can happen. But Paquito is in the front line. Let's go.
Yeah, we have an Astral Echo go out there. Ooh, big freeze out there for the Marcel. Hotun finds himself another turtle. As we see a Hunter Strike now picked up by Hotun. He's going to have that movement speed plus the damage and penetration needed for that assassin.
Yeah, so second turtle here heading out for Titan Esports once again. When it comes to the objectives, they are going very well. So we're seeing the belt here coming out for Marcel and Hunter Strike for Supercake. Both teams are like being very cautious on this first minutes here on the early game, because like it's a best of 5, it's a relegation time. Hotun, okay,
Ooh.
all right.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, that lantern. I mean, you don't really have very many targets that are going to be able to stay in range. Speaking of which, too, as well, when it comes to, this isn't very unfamiliar territory for Imperial. They started off the last game a little shaky. They lost a lot of the objectives. They weren't even present for some of the objectives in the early game, just kind of waiting for those power spikes to come online before they really put the pressure on. Here, I think they're kind of waiting, still trying to get those, waiting for Cleo to kind of get some of those items. Now tower starting to go over to the side of Imperial, but up at the top, Titan Esports making their way from a tower as well.
Yeah, so that was a good movement here coming out from both teams, especially when the third turtle is heading on the downside of the river. So there's no tower for on the bottom side here for Titan Esports. No, at least the first one here. So that's gonna be an interesting situation for Imperial. Now, okay, rotationing for roaming for the mid lane here, so no minion waves, and both teams now like heading unconcerning of this third turtle. We're seeing the glowing bond here on Syndra's hand, Hunter Strike as well on Arctic here. So Syndra both works in a stop healing situation, especially when you have like Uchiha and Darioth here. So it's going to be very important to this itemization. So the third turtle here initiated by Imperial, but here comes Titan Esports, Private.
Yeah, they're going to come in here. You do see that fist crack out now. Uchiha in a little bit of trouble here. We do have the golden hour out as well. Hotun able to find a kill onto Uchiha. Turtle still at about 50% here. Everybody working on it, looking for an angle to get in there. And Hotun finds himself his third turtle of the game. Now a kill on the Supercake. The rest of Imperial now have to disengage from that fight. Titan Esports has just been on a roll, and this time they are not letting up.
Not letting up here, so the third turtle, the last one guaranteed by Titan Esports, plus the tower number 1 here on the mid lane. So the goal lead now just getting a little bigger for Titan Esports. And you know what, Private? I'm noticing here that Titan Esports, the players, like the teammates, okay, golden staff now on Cleo's hand. They're talking something like I guess they're talking like, hey guys, we're dealing against Hayabusa, so we can play together. Because with the shadow kill, so with many players together, okay, here it comes.
Yeah, we have a fist crack coming out there. Chan a little bit of trouble there, trying to get that damage onto Pequito.
Okay.
Hotun from the backside, looking to come in. Quad shadows are out. Hotun looking for an escape. Gets taken down. Uchiha. We have a blazing duo on the backside. Fury gonna use that BMI to get away. That's gonna be 2 down for the side of Titan Esports. Arctic in trouble. Golden Hour freezes Fury. Is that gonna be enough for Imperial to get the advantage? But they do find themselves 2 kills onto Titan Esports. Looks like Titan maybe crossed that line a little too early, staying a little too long in enemy territory.
Yeah, we cannot make compliments here for any other teams because every time they reduce, like they would say something like good about the team, like they are going to make some mistake. They're going to, I don't know, maybe some nasty things here in the map. So now I think that Titan Esports was just a little bit, just a little too early on the jungle here, trying to pick off the rest of the Imperial players. But now here comes the first Lord here. Okay, both teams are with the 5 players on the ground, and now we're seeing Titan Esports starting this Lord, and they have a better position here. So they have to face check. GFAB is in the front line, but now the Lord with the half in HP. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, Super Kick not in a position. Fury's going to be able to go ahead and pick up that Lord. We do have a Spear of Vengeance out there, but he hasn't come in just yet. Arctic in trouble. Super Kick able to find himself a kill there as well. On the backside, Uchiha backs up on to this purple buff. Going to go ahead and start that for Super Kick. And I think you're right. When it comes to kind of the early game, that mid game, where you want Super Kick to take the advantage of a Hayabusa, where you're in the laning phase, where you can find these singular targets. We just have not been able to really fully take advantage of that, because I find that Titan Esports is doing a good job of sticking together. Shadow Kill comes out, you've got the entire team there tanking the damage for it. So a great job by Titan Esports to really be able to kind of show the weaknesses of the Hayabusa and be able to really play around that. Uchi in a little bit of trouble, gonna have to be out there. Fury comes in with a blazing duet. Oh, he gets frozen by the Golden Hour. Great play there from GFAB to come in, see it, and freeze.
You know what? This Golden Hour gives us some funny moments, some funny curiosity things here when it comes to these abilities and what is going to happen when you use a Golden Hour at the right time. So once again, with the shadow stacks on the Golden Hour, see, they're so nice. It's so interesting to see. But which is not interesting for Imperial, because they lost the tower number 2 on the sides, on the top and the bottom side here. So as we're attacking the gold lead here, not so big for a Titan Esports, but still it's an interesting advantage, because it's not only about the gold lead. We're talking about the map dominance, the map information here. So Imperial is not allowed to playing so forward, play so aggressive, only if we're seeing the GFAB trying to gain this information for the rest of the teammates. But still, Imperial, you see that pole coming out from Syndra? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, for right now, we're just not making use of the picks. The Golden Hour's been used more as a reactionary type of ultimate to save our teammates, to get them out of harm's way. I don't really see us taking full advantage of us. I don't see us triangulating our fire, focusing down targets with it. It seems more that there's this big happening when it objectives when it comes to the Lord or Turtle fights. We kind of use it out there, but we're not actually finding kills with it. We're not actually finding successful team applications for it. Oh, Fishcrack comes out. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. GFAB able to go ahead and get himself out of harm's way with that flicker. That's going to go ahead and leave us a 17 seconds for this next Lord.
Yeah, so the second Lord here is about to be on the downside of the river. At the same time here, we're seeing Titan Esports trying to take down the lost player from Imperial. But as they're playing in the background here, but now we're seeing Titan Esports trying to do something on the top side here, maybe working on the sides, especially when it comes to this mini waves here. And now, oops, GFAB, he doesn't have the flicker.
Yeah, conceal players out. Fist crack now. GFAB in trouble. A beautiful Novaria Meteor comes out to be able to take some of that damage down. And Uchiha in trouble. 2 ultimates out. Epichan looking for an escape. Cleo's very low too as well. This is a bad look right now for Imperial. All of these engagements, Paquito has just been a huge menace for the side of Imperial. This is going to open it up for this next lord take by Titan Esports.
It is a bad moment now for Imperial Esports here after like 30 minutes on the second game. They lost GFAB on the crucial moment here. The Lord was open, so Titan, ouch. Once again here, Super K. Novaria, Syndra is gonna like, very like, this ARB here is getting like so much damage. Oh, almost like trying to steal the orange buff. But now the Lord heading on the top side here. Imperial has to do something. Okay. Emi-chan. Okay, that's what I was talking about during the draft here of the Imperial composition, because like Syndra is having a good time here with the poke situation from Novaria. Emi-chan lost half of the HP on one skill casted by Syndra. They have to take care. They have to be they have to pay attention about that situation. But now the Lord heading on the top side here, and Titan Esports are going to defend this objective.
Yeah, Lord now up at the top. Is going to go ahead and use that spear. Going to take about 50% health away from that high ground tower. The rest of Titan Esports accompanying the Lord. We do have that golden hour out as well, but it's not going to be able to save the high ground tower. Now backing up to their core. Lord still at about 50% health. Titan Esports very patiently. You see, they're not forcing the mid lane. They're not forcing the bottom. They see that they don't have minions, so they're going to go ahead and start backing up a bit, even just to clear out the jungle for the side of Imperio. And the problem right now is just, you can already see it with the Uchiha build right now on a Dairoth. You've got the tanky items out there. Another fight coming in there, Blazing. Do it onto the backside, spraying onto the entire team. Uchiha down as Hotun comes in there, putting the damage on. High ground tower at the bottom has been taken out. Hotun goes in, looking for those iframes. Big pickup landed. Oh, nom nom. Down goes a GFAB. A pickup. Arctic's going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Very low. Oh, he gets in with the tower shot, but it's not enough to save Imperial. Titan Esports Club with their second win of the series.
Fury. I'm like Fury trying to hit the tower where like the tower is focusing on me like with a very hit, and I end up dying for the tower. But Fury here, like he went through the base and didn't care about anything and won, guaranteed the victory for Titan Esports. 2-0 on the second game here, Private. They are one step ahead to still continue, to still surviving on the MCT AMER South. And once again, you see, we can talk about the difference between Cleo's Cloud on the first game and now Furious Cloud on the second game here, Private, because we saw like, I'm not saying that Cleo was bad, you know, but I think that Cleo was not so like proactive as Fury was in this second game here for Titan Esports with Claude. So we were about to see on the team fight on the bottom lane in the tower number 3 that they got the initiation, and you got right away the blazing duet, like causing so much damage in like maybe 2 or 3 players from Imperial, you know. So they got the advantage, they got the superior situation on the bottom lane here to help them to guarantee the second victory. So that is the difference between the gold laner here with the same hero. And now here comes Titan Esports 2-0, and just one step close to still maintain his presence on the MCT AMER South.
Well, I feel like the biggest difference is when it comes to marksmans, when it comes to the first composition that we had, Cleo kind of had to be patient. There was a lot of CC, including a Eudora on the enemy team, that you really had to wait to bait out some of those abilities, wait for the Wrath of Dryad, wait for that Mystic Gush to come out so that Claude could actually go in without being stunned into a coma. Here, I feel like Fury just had much more wiggle room to get back there. There was no real fear of somebody being able to CC him down. Not just that, but the biggest damage dealers, Uchiha here, he went with a full tank build on a Dairoth, and that's something I hate to see. He didn't even get War Axe on Dairoth. So I mean, I feel like if you're gonna pick something like a Dairoth, take advantage of his ability to deal damage, to get the true damage from those abyssal strikes. If you're just gonna build tank on him, there's better picks for that in the XP lane.
Yeah, so we're seeing the highlights here. Like I begin that even for the first moment, Titan Esports being so aware of what they had to do, you know, especially against a Hayabusa situation. I really see the Fury here, like once again, like taking the tower hits, but he didn't care, like only focusing on the base, you know, to guarantee the victory, to avoid any kind of a problem, you know. So that's why I thought funny Fury taking the hit on the base here, but we know that, and we saw that Titan Esports being aware, and they know what they had to do. Okay, first situation is Hayabusa. So what do we have to do? Okay, play together to split the damage. You know, not playing alone or not playing in a split up, for example. So for this Hayabusa not to cause a so impact on the game. So as we saw on the three turtles of Forest Titan Esports, always playing together, always with the barracks, for example, trying the angle, trying the flank, using the ultimate here to isolate someone. Maybe sometimes it's even Hayabusa or other player, you know, so they were not able to fight us back to get the turtles. So all the three turtles heading up for Titan Esports, for example, Hayabusa not like being neutralized most of the times. We did not see Moskov here, for example, doing so much on this game because they didn't have the time. He didn't have the time here to get the items, you know, to get to do something on this game. So Titan Esports, like, they have the clear idea of what they have to do, you know, and they did it. They did a good job, and they worked for 2-0 so far.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you brought it up when it came to the draft. Titan Esports Club just had a more standard meta draft where you had a tanky front line, you had the damage, you had mobility and CC. On the side of Imperio, you were looking at basically like the stars needed to align for them to be successful. You didn't really have a tanky front line. You had a bunch of damage that needed some time to kind of take up. And then once we got to those objective fights, we weren't getting the kills that we needed. We weren't utilizing the tools that we had, like the golden hour, like the damage output that we had. So basically, it turned into a textbook reason of why the current meta is so powerful. It showed why that the tanky front line is needed, why the CC is needed, and unfortunately for Imperial, kind of a learning experience for them. And I want to say, like, right now, I mean, it kind of feels like kind of at that slope going down a bit. That first game, they had a little bit of a rough start, but they were able to come back, lost it right at the end. Here, it felt like at the draft, they drafted themselves into a corner, especially with that early Dairoth pick. And just like I said, you went to an early Dairoth pick, you allow Titan Esports to kind of counter it out, then you're forced to go with a tanky Dairoth, and that means that you're just not utilizing the successful things on your team, and you're kind of playing reactionary. Here, we're going to see what they have left here, as both teams kind of at the third spot when it comes to the global bans. A lot of things that they aren't allowed to use right now. But I want to say some standard bans out there, especially kind of taking Melissa off of the field as well.
So let's see what is going to happen on this third game draft system so far. So banning Valeric and Selena coming out from Imperial, and now Hirata and Melissa on a Titan Esports so far. So now on the third ban here, maybe once again Imperial trying to force Titan Esports to ban Atlas. So they're hitting for, okay, they're heading for ban Marcel here. Now Atlas That has to be the third choice here for Titan Esports. Or maybe they're thinking, okay, we can let Atlas open to Imperial and we can work on something to neutralize his ultimates, for example, with I don't know, maybe a range composition. But now let's see what is about to happen here on the third ban from Titan Esports. I don't think that is gonna be it's gonna have some different here, some different ban. I believe it is still gonna be in Atlas, and they're like cooking the time here just to have some mind gap with Imperial or something, or on me. Okay, Freya. All right, Carmilla.
So do we go with the Atlas bait? Because that's basically what this is. They want you to pick up Atlas so that they can counter it out with something. If you don't pick up the Atlas, now you're going to be dealing with an Atlas with another reply as well. On the side here, they're kind of hovering above Gord, but that's just kind of a placeholder there. So they go ahead. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Atlas here and see what the reply is from the side of Titan Esports Club as well. Bellaric's off the table. They was taken out. Minotaur still kind of available as well. We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen Minotaur in a while as well. When it comes to kind of like some of the meta pickups as well. That's a placeholder. There's no way.
I don't think
it's too
so.
early for a Lolita pickup out there.
Not gonna happen. Maybe like, okay, they're 2-0. No, they're confident. Maybe there's a possibility, but I don't think so actually. Okay, Zunshin. Okay, nothing surprise. Oh, Akai. Okay, in the jungle for Hotun. Maybe.
That is an interesting pickup, only because I guess to stop and have an engagement tool when it comes to having the fatal links coming out from Atlas. Because I want to say, when it comes to having a Zushin on your team, and Akai kind of is like the opposite of what you want, because you're gonna have Zushin pull them back, and Akai is gonna kind of push them forward, or at least at the very perfect angle, looking for to pin them against a wall or something. So it'll be very interesting to see how we kind of put these picks together. And that's interesting to me. It's very rare that you see something, and Akai is just one of those heroes that you always kind of have to be aware of when you're picking him into a composition. Is that like, is it helping your composition to have that heavy spin out there, or is it kind of working against a lot of the abilities that you have? On the side of Imperio, we do settle with the Esmeralda and the Brody pickup. So yeah, gonna be pretty interesting. Like I said, I said it at the first game. I wasn't a big fan of Esmeralda kind of as like a catch-all for the XP lane. But I want to say Arctic did a really, really great job, especially kind of because I felt like Imperial shot themselves in the foot putting Bellaric into the XP lane, and that just allowed Arctic to be able to rotate very cleanly from the XP to the mid, get some of those kills, especially in the early game.
Yeah, now we're heading back here for the banning phase. Now is a Titan Esports. Okay, Nolan focusing on in the jungle. I think that maybe now Imperial is going to focus on maybe banning Uranus, for example, or Diref to not be countered by not to counter Esmeralda, for example. That could be a possibility for Imperial. So putting some choices on the table for a Titan Esports. There is still left XP lane and maybe roaming, assuming this Akai is heading for the jungle to Hotun, for example, or XP lane and the jungle as well for Titan Esports. But I want to see, like, I think they're going to be like they're going to ban or Diref or Uranus here to take out from Titan Esports at this point of the game. Okay, they're banning Diref, the natural counter for Esmeralda, and for Titan Esports here, okay, jungle still missing, still left for Imperial. So they banned Nolan. Maybe no Hirata, no Nolan. Are they going to ban? No, not Suyo, right? I think that Suyo is not a. It's not a
I
chance
think
to be banned.
Harara would probably be the ban here because I don't think that's been used on
banned,
Imperio's
but
side
she's
yet.
banned. She's banned. Hirata.
Oh,
Hirata's banned.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
You know what?
listen,
it's the blue hair. They look Harara and Zushin. They look
Yeah,
like sisters to me.
yeah. I have the same thought. Yeah, they look like.
Yeah, so it's actually I feel like we're kind of whittled down to what we have on the jungle side for Imperio. We went with the Hayabusa last time, which I already feel like is kind of, when it comes to those speedy assassins, Hayabusa is kind of at the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to use cases for those. I mean, we've still got things like Ling, but I feel like if Ling was an option, we would have already used it on the side of Imperio.
Yeah.
So it'd be very interesting. Maybe we kind of go for a fighter mix here, but he's not going to be able to kind of get around the map as fast as another assassin, depending on where Titan Esports goes.
But you know, Private, Link, as you said here, like Link can be a good option for Imperial because you don't have Eudora on the other side, you don't have Badang on the other side, for example. So I think that like that cleans the way for Link to be on Imperial's composition. But now we're seeing Titan Esports once again showing this Lolita, but I'm still not buying that they're going to choose this roamer here. Alice for Arctic here on the XP lane, so it's more solid. And let's see what is Imperial going to pick on this last two choices.
This is very interesting. Because I was gonna say with the Alice, I mean, do we maybe go for a Boxia? Boxia is probably one of the only tankier junglers that has survived the meta so far, just because of what he can provide. Ooh, Lunux gonna come out. Possibly looking for I think we're kind of looking for a counter to try to get against this Alice pickup. All right, we're going to go pick up on the Lance. The only problem is, much like the first game, when we saw Hotun on the Lance, it was a very rough game for the Lance. And I felt like he wasn't even dying a lot. It was just that he wasn't able to kind of find those angles. Yes, he can negate a lot of damage. He can traverse very quickly, but he wasn't able to kind of get in there and deal that damage because of how much CC can kind of come out there. This is something we were talking about with the first game too. Lilia coming out for the side of Imperio.
Yeah, so now here the last pick coming out from Titan Esports. Okay, Ruby in the gold lane, or no, sorry, they already have Moskov here in the gold lane. Arlott here. There's a lot of knock up here in this for this composition for the Titan Esports. You have the heavy spin, you have the Alice with ultimate here, like with a very good engage, and now we're going to have a Paquito. Or Rafaela. It makes sense since you have a Kai in the jungle, you know. So yeah, it makes sense for them. So you have like a high mobility coming out from Titan Esports in this composition here. So I think that makes more sense what you said, Private, that this Lance is not going to have a good time here against a Titan Esports. You know, he has to be like very fast. But now with Rafaela, I don't think so. Maybe like things are going to be tied up, or even better for Titan Esports now.
Yeah, it's gonna have to play a very careful game here for the side of Imperio if they want to get ahead here. I do like the pick coming in from Titan Esports here. You're gonna have a lot of sustained, very tanky front line there. The only problem is I feel like in the early we might not have enough damage, but we have more than enough CC to kind of hold people at bay. A CC and a tanky front line coming on from the side of Titan Esports, and we're really kind of aiming towards that mid to late game when it comes to the side of when it comes to Imperio, when this composition is really going to start on fire.
Yeah, so everybody here, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the third time today. This can be the last game on this best of 5. Once again, guys, that means very much for both teams. That means they spot to the MCT AMER South. Titan Esports is one step away to still continue on the competition, and Imperial now has to get the miracle run here to reverse that situation versus Titan Esports and get this spot. So everybody, once again, welcome, and here we go, Private.
Yeah, do or die time for Imperio as they are looking at their chances of getting into the AMER tournament, slipping through their fingers here. And I want to say Titan Esports Club kind of, this is, I want to say this is where the casters were kind of coming from. They've got the experience, they know what it takes, and they're showing that level of concentration that you need, of obedience that you need to be able to be successful in a lot of these games, even when they're so far behind, to kind of maintain that discipline that it takes to get those victories here. Ooh, Cleo taking some damage there. And yeah, a great job though so far by both teams. And Imperial has showed they can get the lead, they can be successful. They just need to tighten up on a few of those small mistakes that they made. Arctic here taking a lot of damage is going to go ahead and find themselves an escape.
Yeah, he was able to survive here using this Alice here, but now both teams, like with 3 players hiding out for Titan Esports on the top side, 10 seconds left for the first turtle here, so they're like setting things up to play together and try to get this first objective. But Super Cake is aware, he's using the Lancelot, he's already have like the orange buff here, but oh, on the mid lane, okay.
Yeah, you see a little bit of damage come out there, Hotun, and we do have 2 ultimates down for the side of Imperial before we go into this objective. So are we going to be able to kind of get in here? Oh, Super Cake looking for an angle in onto the backside, and Arctic is right there to stop him. He still dashes in, but Hotun able to find himself an objective. And sadly, for the side of Imperial, this has been the story for a lot of these early games where Titan Esports has just been doing such a great job capturing these early objectives and kind of keep that steamroller going, the snowball effect there. And that has been what has been a main case for this meta, is to, if you can get that tempo, if you can get that advantage and keep that pressure on, it is very hard for the enemies to turn this around.
And not only that, Private, it's like a dream when you're playing Nakai in the jungle, when you use the heavy spin to get the objectives, you know? You don't have to worry about anything. You're just like using the heavy spin, like take the time you need to get using the retribution here. So that's so nice. That's so cool here for Hotun. And now here in Imperial trying to compensate something on the purple buff. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, I like this. I see the pressure coming in. Syndrak in trouble.
Okay.
Anychan able to go ahead, find the pressure. And this is what I want to see more of from Imperial when it comes to focus, forcing themselves into the jungle, taking the advantage that they need, getting that confidence.
Yeah, the confidence, the power that they need here. And now they're heading on the bottom lane here to trying to... Oh!
Oh, yeah, and there we go. Paquito gets taken out. That's going to go ahead and let Imperio go ahead and put some damage onto this bottom tower. I think that's going to be a bottom tower down for the side of Imperio. A great early game right now for the side of Imperio, 2-0 with a bottom tower.
Yeah, you know what? This is the power of Atlas that we were talking about. So that is why he's been so banned. That is why he's been so prioritized so far here on the ADT North and South. We're seeing the corrosion site here on Fury's hand, and now the book on Uchiha's hand here coming out from Imperial. So both teams are aware about like their situation, like their power spike coming up. The second turtle here heading on the top side of the river, and both teams are heading on this direction on once again, Private. And let's see what's going to happen. And Arctic, oh, he might be in trouble.
Oh, we do have Fatal Links coming out there. Paquito gets caught again. Heavy spin comes out from Hotun, but that's going to go ahead, make some room for Imperial to go ahead and lock on to this objective. Might be the first turtle that they get of the series so far.
Yeah, so now apparently here the turtle is going to be easy for Imperial. Guaranteed by Imperial Sports, but now they're trying to focus on the top side here. 1 minion wave ahead, and okay, they're going to take down the second turtle. Imperial on fire on this third game here, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately, for the side of Titan Esports, they just have not been able to find that rhythm that they need in the early game. They were able to get some of that first objective, but after that, kind of struggling and kind of showing exactly why the Atlas pick is really one of those big, high priority bans. Imperial really making an example of it.
Yeah, and really seeing like the power on the early game here coming out from Imperial Esports. You have the Atlas, as we saw like from the last changes in this hero. You know, like this, he's not only power, and he's not only strong after level 4. So on the first levels, he's true strong. He causes so much pressure, and with this low passive, you know, with the frozen passive here coming out from this hero. And now they're trying to do something on the top side. 2v1 here because Arctic, it might be in trouble, but now Titan Esports is rotating. Okay, but now they're here to rescue Arctic. Okay, it worked so well, but Hotun, oh my goodness.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like it almost feels like a little bit of a passive play. Oh, coming in, Super Cake on the backside does find himself a Thorned Rose and a couple of dashes back out, and just like that, it feels like Titan Esports is more trying to reply and retort to a lot of these engagements coming out from Imperio. Now, the little bit of a zoning out there from Titan Esports, trying to get to the back of that mid tower, but not able to really kind of push them. Bottom tower going to be taken here for Titan Esports.
Yeah, so one tower here in the bottom lane now for Titan Esports. We're seeing the goal lead here, like almost 3k for Imperial. That's a very interesting situation. Now the third turtle on the top side of the river again. So both teams dancing around. So one like mistake here can be crucial for this third turtle. But Imperial doesn't care about anything of that. Initiate the turtle and okay. There won't be a fight back coming out from Titan Esports. The second turtle, the third on the game here, goes for Imperial. Oh, here they come.
Yeah, they're going to come on. The Hotun just gets caught there, gets a little bit of a stun coming out. Paquito tried to help out with the Holy Baptism, and it is going to be able to kind of find himself a little bit of an escape. Now, trying to push in through the mid. You can see the rest of Imperio going ahead inside enemy jungle onto that purple buff, and it doesn't really look like Titan Esports really has much that they can answer with just yet. 23k to 20, a bit of a lead here for Imperio, who do not want to get knocked out of this tournament with the clean sweep.
Yeah, Private, you were totally right. But you know what? We kind of saw this movie again. Like, we saw this movie today, actually, on the first game. Oh, here comes GFAB.
Ooh, GFAB from the backside. Now looking for a little bit of stun here. Hotun trying to protect the mid lane tower. Oh, underneath the tower, though. This might be a bad look for the side of Imperio. On the backside, they do get lifted up. Uchiha, a little bit of trouble, is going to be able to find himself an escape. And you're exactly right. When it comes to, GFAB looking for something, gets a Fatal Links. Oh, but they are able to get away. Fury able to go ahead and find that teleport out of the way. The big problem sometimes comes from, is Imperial going to be able to maintain this? Yes, things are going their way, but they need to keep that discipline all the way to the end of the game, because exactly like you said, we saw this in the first game. We saw Imperial with a huge lead, and unfortunately it took was one fight, one missed opportunity at the base, and a Titan Esports club was able to turn it around.
Yeah, so, and we're talking about a very interesting late game coming out from Titan Esports here. We're talking about Arctic with Alice. We're talking about Fury with Moskov. Okay, maybe Moskov in a team fight are not the best of the marksmen here, but with a split first situation, with the macro game situation here, with the Spirit of Destruction to dawn the team fights and to clean the rest of the players, that could be very interesting for Titan Esports. So they have to take care about that situation, especially in the late game. When you have this sustain, when you have the late game with Alice, with the Zunshin, the Lord here guaranteed by Imperial. One more important objective here for the Peruvian team. But once again, they have to be, as you said, very well, Private. They have to be disciplined. They have to be focused. Hall Beater now here on Cleo's hand. They stop healing, especially for Arctic, because of Arctic here and Alice. It is very interesting. But they have to be careful. They have to be focused. They have to be very disciplined here.
Yeah, and I want to say a lot of confidence coming out from the side of Imperial now. They're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, understanding that they do have a lead here. The only thing is we just need to kind of take advantage of this lead. Start pushing in the lanes, clearing out the jungle, bullying around Titan Esports so that if there is even just the slightest bit... Ooh. GFAB tried to come in there, tried to go ahead and find himself a stun, not able to. Oh, we have a conceal play coming out here. And, coming in again underneath the tower. Very risky. These are the little plays I talk about that I get a little worried about. This is what we saw from the first game, too. Just make sure that when you are pushing on the base, when you have the advantage of the Lord, we make sure that we have minions. We make sure that if we have taken all the towers we need, if we don't have the superiority of the minions beyond our backs, we need to disengage from some of these fights. They do make short work of the Lord down at the bottom. Now they have minions looking to maybe find themselves a high ground tower. Imperial makes short work of it. Cleo finds himself a tower. Look at the damage coming out from that Thorned Rose onto Paquito.
Okay, guys. Okay, you're right about the damage, but okay, they took down the tower on the bottom lane. They have super minions, but now they have to get back. Okay, they don't need to get some high risky movements here to get some high risky play, but here goes GFAB.
Yeah, now they're going to go in looking for another ultimate onto Paquito. Paquito has a huge target on his back. Oh, dude, a little bit of trouble here using that heavy spin to try to get himself out of harm's way. We do have the Wishing Lantern on spraying onto Imperial, but they just don't care. They're working too quickly for the Titan Esports to be able to respond.
Yeah, but here they come again. Here, Private, no Paquito, but he's about to get back. And maybe Imperial is trying to get the final push here, but that can be too risky. So they head back, they choose for the safest way. But meanwhile, Fury is heading the tower number 2 on the bottom lane. He's working on the spin. Oh, he's come.
Yeah, he even comes in with it. So he's able to find it clear at the bottom, able to kind of make that macro to the point that Imperial have to think twice about the push that they're trying to make on the base, knowing that if they even fail, if somebody goes down, they're going to have to deal with the push down at the bottom. Here, maybe a little bit more even. Titan Esports starting to clamor around. They're a little spread out on the map, so it doesn't look like they're going to actually be able to contest this Lord.
Yeah, so no fight back here coming out from Titan Esports from this Lord, and now they're focusing on defending the base. They have been through something like that on the first game here, Private, so they know how to handle. They know how to behave. But this time, I believe that is just a little bit different because Imperial's composition has the hard engage with Atlas here and the ultimate. They have the range with Brody, for example. They have the clean wave here with the Lilia. They have the damage plus the mobility with Lancelot, So I believe that this time Imperial has like better tools to finish this game in a very different way.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Better tools. Ooh, going into the back line. GFAB looking for an angle to get in there. Decides against using his ultimate just yet. Look at the damage coming out. Now they're going to have to back up. Minions at the base right now. Paquito in trouble. Under the back line. Fury able to take out GFAB. Are they going to be able to turn this one around, though? Hotun in a little bit of trouble. Emi Chan finds a kill onto Fury, and that is going to be Imperial finding their first win of the series.
They are not done yet here, Private. Imperial coming from the ashes like a phoenix win the game, and they're still dreaming on the MCT AMER South spot, my friend.
Yeah, a great game played by Imperial, and a great example of the strength that you get from an Atlas pickup too, to be able to kind of find some of those fatal links, and then the amount of burst damage that was able to come out. I still kind of stand by my correction when it comes to the damage coming out from the Lancelot. He was still able to get a lot of the objectives and be able to get himself in and do a decent amount, but it was really Emi Chan behind. You can see 30% damage overall for these engagements. So really kind of the star player when it came to being able to put down that damage that allowed Atlas to kind of continue being the threat that he was. But the bigger story here, Imperio do not go down with a clean sweep. They do find themselves a victory here, but can they duplicate it against a team like Titan Esports?
You know what, Private? I want to ask you this, as you as having so much knowledge on the Mobile Legends. I was wondering, and I was thinking about like on this third game, we saw Titan Esports with Rafaela, you know, and Hotun playing in Akai. But meanwhile, we had Imperial with Atlas. This hero, like, he hasn't appeared yesterday and the day before yesterday, and since the first day, you know, he has been so strong in the meta. Not only that, but before the level number 4, he's so powerful. He's so strong, causes much pressure here on any other composition. So I think that for me, I want to hear for you. Can we say that it happened both distinct situations here? For example, one side, Imperial prioritizing strong picks such as Atlas, such as Lilia, for example, on the early game. But at the same time, Titan Esports here choosing some not so proactive heroes like Rafaela, for example, or Akai in the jungle. So can we say that both things happened, like Imperial wanting to win and Titan just waiting to see what is going to happen? Or I'm being lunatic about like thinking about that. I don't know.
I think the problem came with the overarching view of this team composition coming from the side of Titan Esports, where they had the Akai because the Atlas, they allowed the Atlas pickup at the beginning, but then they picked up the Akai very quickly. And I think the thought process was Akai will be able to heavy spin back the Atlas enough to be able to kind of make him a non-factor. The problem is we kind of forgot about the very, very early game where we're in the laning press, where the jungle can't be everywhere, where Akai can't be everywhere. And in those lane presence, that's where Atlas really started getting those fatal links, was able to really hit up Paquito 3 times in the laning phase, where he was going into the marksman lane, and Akai was nowhere to be found because he was still rotating, still trying to get the farm that he needed. And unfortunately, by the time we kind of got to some of these objective fights, like we said, first objective already went over to the side of Titan Esports. But once we got to that point where it was starting to go in favor of Imperial, they were so fed. They had already had some great successful ganks in the gold lane, and it felt like whatever plan we thought we had for the Atlas just became a non-factor by the time we finally moved out of that laning phase into team fight territory.
Yeah, so I have a theory that means that many things are passed through by the roamer, you know, especially when he picks something proactive, you know, like with Atlas, for example, with other roamers, with a Grog, for example, that can be one of very strong pick, you know. But when you choose like a pick, when you choose a support hero, you don't have this this aggressive feeling, you know, this aggressive vibe to do something, to be the playmaker on the composition. So you have to wait what happens. You have to wait for some situations, you know. So everything is possible. So you got the 2-0, so you have the chance to close the series in a best of 5 with 3-0. But somehow you give the opportunity to Imperial, not taking out the credit from Imperial. They are very good. They choose Atlas, so they like doing their homework, you know, with the Lilia, and as you well said, with a very strong early game. But for me, I think that Titan, they tried to try something new, and it didn't work.
And you might be onto something there. When it comes to kind of like the current meta, it deals with fast assassins that can get around the map, that can clear jungles very, very quickly. Maybe there was something off when it came to the timing, and you kind of assume that even though I'm on a Kai, I'll be able to get down to that gold lane quick enough to be able to stop a gank or be able to be there in time. But you just, when it comes to assassin versus tanky junglers, your jungle speeds are just going to differ greatly, and you need to be able to kind of your team needs to understand that when it comes to these engagements, so that when you see the enemy jungler there, you have to know, all right, we're not going to have any help here because we're dealing with an Akai jungle on our side. And then on the other side of that, being a playmaker, when you're on something like a Harara, when you're on something like a Nolan, where you can go in, get the kill, get out very quickly. And Akai's more of a just kind of lumber around inside there, deal with the damage that's happening in there, maybe kind of underestimated the damage that could come out from the enemy team as well.
Yeah, so here now we're heading for the draft on game number 4. It is 2-1 for Titan Esports here so far. Reminding you guys on the chat that they're like, stay tuned and watching us since from the very first game. This is the relegation fight. This is the last chance for both teams. For one side, you have the seed number 8 on the last split, that is Titan Esports, fighting to survive on the competition to still be on the MCT AMER. On the other side, you have the Imperial, who has been through the whole bracket on the ADT, and now they want the chance to be a part of the professional and the competitive MLBB scenario. So still, it is 2-1 for Titan Esports. Titan Esports is still one step away to guarantee a spot on the MCT AMER South. But as we saw in the last game, Imperial is not going to give up, and they are doing their best to get this chance here, Private.
Yeah, now kind of looking for that last ban here. I mean, we've still got Paquito out there, Belleric. I think, I can't remember if Belleric has been used by the side of Titan Esports just yet. I know we used it on the side of Imperial with that first game here, so we're still kind of looking for that last ban to come out for them. And then Imperial have been very comfortable with that that pick first position. I think we've talked about it a little bit, or I've heard it talked about a little bit on some of the past casts when it comes to like who really has the advantage. I'm pretty sure the numbers are with the second pick, because you get to reply to that first pick with 2 OP picks of your own. So it almost kind of feels like you kind of got your back against the wall here if you're Imperial, but they are very comfortable with that first pick and picking it up here. Here now, a lot of picks open for them. I believe Paquito's out there as well. I'm wondering if we have with Barat's taken off with Barat's taken off there, I think you've got maybe a Phoveus that could counter Paquito, but I still feel like Paquito he makes up for it with the fact that he can roam around, get a lot of that damage very quickly. Oh, and we're gonna go ahead, possibly pick up the Harara.
Okay, so for a super kick here, that might be a good, that can be a good choice here, like as he used to play with the assassins ones like Hayabusa and Lancelot. So Hirata is going to, that's a very pick here for Imperial. But talking about Paquito here, like not allowed to use the Atlas or Belleric, for example, or any other roamer. Maybe I think that they're thinking about like giving the show for Paquito. I think that it could be a very could be an interesting pick for the roamer for Titan Esports to like, on the last game he had the Rafaela and it didn't work, so let's see. I think that all right, Paquito, good one. Oh, an Arctic here with Uranus. No Esmeralda for
not just
side,
Paquito, but you kind of have Paquito kind of in a flexible position here too. Does he go XP? Can he go jungle? We've even seen him in gold as well. I'm not sure if we've seen him in gold in the ADT yet, but he's kind of been making his way through the professionals internationally. I do like these pickups here. Harara, I am a believer. I wasn't when she first came out. I was one of those doubters when it came to it. But especially with what we've seen from Titan Esports, the ability to kind of get in there, get some damage output and put in there, even steal away objectives is just a huge plus for them. Ooh, it's gonna be very interesting for carry. I know.
Damn.
You're able to kind of shred down things like the Uranus, but she's not as mobile against something like a Paquito that can come in and get that damage, especially in the early game.
Yeah, so now choosing carry here, like, it gives some lack of options to Titan Esports, and they have to think twice, for example, to get some roamer more tanky. Maybe like Paquito thinking of using a Grok, for example, here, or a Hilo. So now I don't think that they're going to still thinking about these picks. Now they're showing an Obsidia, which is good, like after 2 or 3 games to get like her power spike to do something in the game here. But no, they choose Belleric. Okay, versus a carry. All right, so they're choosing the roamer here, and now we're seeing the 4th choice. No, it's this is the ban system coming back here once again. So now left XP and the mid lane here for Imperial. So no Zunshin, no Lilia, no Novaria, no Gord.
With the Belleric pick out there, I do like it just because it kind of takes it, at least becomes this this spot where you can tank at least a bit more of those carry shots. So it'll be very interesting to see where we go from here, especially when it comes into that marksman lane. I feel like we're still pretty flexible on where we could go here. I'm assuming right now that we've got Paquito jungle, XP lane's going to be Uranus, and then the roam will be Belleric. But I do feel like we can still be flexible with that. However, flexibility for the sake of flexibility isn't always great, as we saw from the first match where we had the Belleric out there and we assumed he was going to be roam, and then we're like, oh, tricked you, we got him in the XP lane. It's like, yeah, but you just put him into the XP lane against Esmeralda, and Esmeralda did a great job. Paquito, or not Paquito, I'm sorry, Arctic did a great job of being able to kind of withstand that pressure, get the rotations to mid, and really have a huge impact on that first and early game here as we wait for some of those last pickouts coming from both of these teams.
Yeah, don't you know what, Prophet? I believe that they're buying your thoughts about like giving this a Paquito of flexibility, because they banned Insunshin here. Okay, Insunshin has the flexibility as well to go in the jungle or in the gold lane here, but I think that after the last changes, more people are using him in the jungle as well. But now he is being banned, so let's see if Imperial is going to ban another, maybe possible jungle here. Nolan, I think they already played with Nolan in Titan Esports. No Nolan yet. Also, but there is a possibility for like Imperial ban this Nolan here to avoid from a Titan Esports.
I believe we still have on the side of Imperio, but you see the focus coming down when it comes to mages on the side of Titan Esports. So, I mean, we've still got things like Farja for the side of Imperio. I mean, it's been making its rounds in international, and she's one of my favorite mages. Lu Yi is still available, and I haven't seen her in a very long while, especially with this frontline heavy kind of makeup that we have on the side of Titan Esports. The only problem with the Lu Yi would be the Paquito, because it'll make short work of her. So it depends on how fast your fingers are with it. But yeah, so hovering above this Mia pick up here. I guess we'll see if that's gonna make the cut. I do like the front line. I do like that this Uranus is paired with something that's got a bit of CC, a bit of what's it called, peeling ability. I hate seeing Uranus out on his own as the only tank for a team, because yes, he's tanky, but it doesn't stop the enemy from running right through you to get the back of your line, and be able to kind of get to your. I like it.
Nasty. Nasty.
Yeah, you're gonna have your own bits of you're gonna have your own Wrath of the Dryad on your team. It's just that Valentina herself has kind of dropped off there. And then plus we've got this double tanky front line possibility coming out from the side of Imperial.
Ooh, oh my goodness. So I have the mid lane here with the pack of ability to copy. The ultimates coming out from all the side. Okay, they choose for Alice and Valentina as well. So that was a good choice here coming out from Imperial, but because now they have this, as you said, they have this their own pack of ultimates here from the enemy. And now the last pick here for Titan Esports, a mid lane, Louis, because you have Alice, but Alice, she has mobility. You have Carrie, you have Valentina, you know. I believe that Louis would make more sense on Imperial's composition, than with Titan Esports. But I think that they're gonna still keep this idea to get a Louis here. No, they trade for Farsa. Okay, Farsa. All right.
I was about to say, there's no way Liu Yi works here. There's just too many distance closing abilities for a Liu Yi on the side of Titan Esports. You kind of you got the Avatar of the Guardian. You've got Super Cake who can get back there. Like Liu Yi would be a sitting duck unless somehow you're just using these diversions on and off. But we go with the Farsa pickup here, so you're gonna have a lot of damage. And the reason, I mean, we talk about a lot of these sitting duck mages right now in the current meta, but like Eudora, Gord, but like Eudora, Farsa just kind of makes up for it with the amount of damage that she can output in just such a short amount of time. So yeah, you might be able to get back there, but all she needs is 1 or 2 shots, and then she can kind of wings by wings away before your reaction is able to kind of really close the distance on her.
Yeah, I believe it's gonna get very wildness here in this game here so far, Private, because you see a Titan Esports once again with 1 step ahead for still maintaining his presence on the MCT AMER South. But let's see what's going to happen here, because we have Titan Esports versus Imperial in the best of 5. This is the relegation fight. This is the dreams come true for any of these teams. So let's go, Private.
Yeah, Imperial right now fighting for their survival in this tournament, looking for a seat in the MCT AMER. Titan Esports already has that taste. They understand what it takes. And for the most part, they've been showing Imperial that you have to be on another level if you want to compete with teams like that. Here, though, Imperial looking to show that they are not out of this thing yet.
Yeah, we're seeing the first movement here. Both teams concerned to get to level 4 as fast as they can, but I don't think that maybe Imperial is gonna cause any kind of a pressure when we talk about the river / the mid lane here, because we have a Valentina plus a Gato Chacha. Oh, the Super Cake. Okay, coming out from the mid lane here just to be show up, and now moving for the downside here to do his clean path on the jungle. But meanwhile, still, I'm so sorry, 42 seconds left for the first turtle, and now, all right, so I believe that the first team that gets some kind of advantage impression on the mid lane here is going to take the advantage to get the first turtle here. Now Paquito and the 2v2 situation here, Defab, Paquito, and Syndra. But you see now, Private, they're like really cautious about like taking an aggressive movement, playing forward here, because any mistake can be lethal, even if they were okay. GFab now, just because I said it. All right, so let's go. 10 seconds to the first turtle.
Yeah, it does look like Imperial looking to get themselves the first positioning on this turtle. 3 seconds left up there, but coming through mid, Paquito checking in that bush. Ooh, might be a little bit trouble. Hotune might be in a bad way here. Does find himself a way out, but that's going to go ahead and mean that this first turtle might be going over to the side of Titan Esports. Paquito not finished just yet, still looking for a way in here. While the jungler for Titan Esports going to be able to get that purple buff. That's going to leave open this turtle for the side of Imperial. And I want to say their first objective here. Paquito in trouble. We do have the feathered airstrike raining down the suppressive fire onto the side of Imperial. Does save their teammate.
I was about to say that Brody went to try to win to the turtle fight in vain, but he was still in the mid lane here, so it was a good response coming out from Titan Esports to not to get any player down on the mid lane team fight. So it works somehow here for Titan Esports to keep Brody on the mid lane. But now Fury is back on the top side here in the gold lane versus Carry. And now both teams are adding... Oh,
and this is what I was talking about, that surprise damage that can come out from a Farza. But you combine that with Hotun and the damage that a Paquito can unleash, and you're talking about not a bunch of survivors for that. That's going to give them just the littlest bit of the lead, a first blood in their side, but still about a minute left before the next turtle comes up.
Yeah, so 1 kill here. The first blood comes out from Titan Esports on Syndra's hand with a Farsa, which is going to be very interesting for her. And now we're seeing here, I believe the first item is going to be glowing one, right? I believe that's about the building path is going to be a glowing one for a Syndra. But now the bottom line here, Arctic might be in trouble. But here we go.
Yeah, Uchiha actually taking a lot of damage, but we have the Farza coming in. Syndrak comes down, rains down that suppressive fire again. Those artillery strikes from the feathered airstrike just really doing a huge amount of damage here. It's very surprising that we haven't been able to really utilize them when it comes to these objectives in the early game.
Yeah, but now I see that Titan Esports it's reading some situation here too. Okay, guys, we can do more. We can play more aggressive, more forward. Apparently, that won't be a fight back on this turtle because two players are on the mid lane. Hotun guarantees this turtle 4, and now Uchiha might be in trouble.
Yeah, Uchiha's gonna... Oh, actually goes way too far forward and gets caught. That's gonna be a 2-0 lead for Titan Esports. And looks like we're gonna go ahead and trade ourselves some towers.
He was baited. I believe that he was baited here because I believe that he thought there was nobody but a Farsa on the bottom lane using the Feather Eye Strike here. But no, there were 3 more players in the bush. They were so nasty here, caught up. Oh!
Yeah, and a little bit more trouble here too as well. Down goes a GFAB 3-0 for the side of Titan Esports. And I want to say Imperial really having trouble in this early game. They were able to get that first objective, but man, after that, just have not been able to find success elsewhere with this composition. The burst of damage coming out from Hotun and the feathered airstrike just seems like way too much in this early game. And we are really banking on this late game for Imperial.
Yeah, and you know what, Private? We were talking about Arctic. Okay. Oh, here they come. The chase continues.
Yeah, as you were saying, we were saying for what for Arctic?
Okay. Arctic, this HP recovering from Uranus is ridiculous. Look at him. He's full HP again. Oh my god. How I hate Uranus in this game here, but that's okay. We're gonna say Paquito, advantage in Paquito comfort zone playing with a playmaker heroes. We're talking about possibility to Paquito play with the show, for example, but he came with these Bellaric. So Bellaric here playing aggressive, especially with this crowd control so huge with the Wrath of the Dryad. So gives the Titan Esports opportunity here to get this execution. You have the ultimate here with the Paquito. You have the Feather Eye Strike with the Syndra. You have Hotun and with Paquito. So there's so much damage. There's so massive with the follow-up here of this execution. Oh, here they come again.
Oh, wow. Way onto the back end there. Syndrak, even with getting the turtle, still forced forward. Hotun comes in the back to clear out. That's going to be another tier 2 tower for the side of Titan Esports. And it feels like Imperial just really have been powerless to try to stop them. Kind of banking on this mid to late game power spikes coming in. But the early game absolutely belongs to Titan Esports with the amount of damage that they can output with both of those abilities. Ooh, do you have a little bit of conceal? Paquito coming in at the purple buff. The Dryad is out, but out comes the feathered airstrike as well. GFAB gets bursted down by Fury. He came in with that Avatar of the Guardian, but left him way too exposed, and Titan Esports cleaned him up quickly, now forcing their way through the mid and bottom towers.
And you were talking about the late game protection coming out from Imperial with the carry, for example, and Alice. But you know what? Titan Esports neutralizing so clever on the gold lane, on the top side here. There's no tier 2. There's no way to carry getting the items as faster as he can. How many items does she? Okay, golden staff now. So probably the Trinity core items for the carry. But you know what? It's still not enough for carry to cause the damage necessary to like reverse the situation, to reverse the team fight here. So Titan Esports with a huge pressure, with a huge massive pressure here on sides. There's no tier 2 here, Private. None on the top side, and in the bottom side, only the tier 2 on the mid lane. So they're playing aggressive. They're denying resources in the jungle. They're denying items here for carry. Everything is working so well for Titan Esports because they're really aggressive, they're really like proactive, and Paquito all the time trying to find someone lost. And this Lord, that won't be a fight bet coming out from Imperial here, Private.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a free Lord for the Son of Titan Esports. A big problem with the composition coming out from Imperio. So you've got a lot of heroes that need to get very, very close to be super effective. If you want to get that IMU, Wrath of the Dryad, you need to be in the middle of this pack. If you got that Avatar, the Guardian, Cleo on the carry, oh, Super gets taken out. Syndrak with the finishing touches there already, as we were talking about the damage output coming out from Titan Esports. It's just you need to get too close for the damage that comes out from a feathered airstrike, that comes out from those knockout blows from Paquito, and it's just becoming this huge adversarial hill that Imperio needs to climb right now. 0-6 right now. Titan Esports working their way through the mid-high ground towers. Fury puts the finishing touches. Lord up at the top as Titan Esports try to focus down this tower. Feathered airstrike IMU from Emi-chan trying to clear out these minion waves, and they might actually get themselves the bottom high ground tower as well. Lord finally going down. Titan Esports, Arctic, you can see him well up in front, tanking the damage that he needs. Not really afraid of what is coming out from Imperial.
Yeah, Imperial here is able to clean the minion wave. Oh, Feather Airstrike once again, Private.
Yeah, great job by Syndrak to get right in the middle of both of those lanes, the mid and the bottom line, to release that feathered airstrike to try to get them a little bit more of an opportunity. Wisely, Titan Esports see that they are about done here. They're going to go ahead and return to the jungle to clean up those minions.
I was wondering, like, maybe in their communication now, it's someone's like, hey guys, it's time to win, let's go. And the rest of it, no, God, no, calm down. Let's get back. Let's like take a breath. You know, like, let's decide what's best for us here. Maybe find someone lost here. Maybe 1 or 2 pickoffs here, like, to get easier our game finished so far. But Arctic, okay, he's in arenas, right? So he is not dying so easily. But okay, he's trying to do something dangerous.
Oh, there's 4 members there, and he just uses consecration, and they are still not able to bring him down. A big flicker with the feathered airstrike on the backside. Wrath of the Dryad. Down goes Emi-chan. Rest of the team looking for a disengagement too as well. Down goes GFAB. 3 members left for Imperial to try to stave off this final push coming from Titan Esports. They go in. Down goes Supercake, focusing onto the core. And ladies and gentlemen, Titan Esports will be moving forward to MCT AMER.
Titan Esports here guaranteed the survival thing on the MCT AMER South. Congratulations to Imperial. They banged through all the brackets from the ADT South here. Won like very solid performance. But at the end here, as a competition, one can cry and one can laugh. And this time here, Titan Esports got the last left here on the relegation fight, Private. So shout out to Titan Esports. We're going to see them again on the MCT AMER South H2.
What a game, too. Look at that score, 0-10. That wasn't just a fight. That was Titan Esports holding the proverbial pillow over the face of Imperio and just snuffing them out here with that last game. Dominance personified by Titan Esports. And we were talking about this before, basically showing Imperio that if you want to compete in the MCT AMER, you need to step it up to another level. And unfortunately, Imperial came up just short with a few of these games. I want to say the biggest problem for me possibly coming at the drafting phase of a few of these games, but there were a few mistakes that came out during, I want to say, some of the games. They showed that they could keep toe-to-toe. They could even get victories off of Titan Esports. But at the end of the day, Titan Esports really showing their prowess here, especially in this last game, a 10-0 defeat.
Yeah, so in the last game here, like the experience, like being a strong ally as well, once again, when you have the Paquito using so well this Bellaric, using the Wrath of the Triads with a very good hot engages, coming up with the rest of the execution. You have a Featherized Strike coming out from Syndra. You have the Paquito and the dashes and the damage. You have also Brody with a very high range here, using the Shattering Memories here, like not only to get safer, like from any other initiations, for example, but to hit the towers, to hit the enemies, so to cause this damage necessary to make a Titan Esports in a very comfortable situation on this last game. Once again, as you said, Private, I don't think that the draft from Imperial was bad. You know, you have Valentina, you have Carrie, though you needed time. They needed time to get the items and to somehow trying to reverse that situation. But hey, we're talking about Titan Esports. So they were like one of the legends on the competitive on MLB. So they are very experienced. So they know that they didn't allow to give this time enough to Imperial to get back in the game.
I don't think that the draft itself was bad on the side of Imperial. It's just they got countered out very hard, especially this last one. You had a lot of heroes that needed to be pretty close to be effective. Carrie, Valentina to get that Wrath of the Dryad, a lot of these heroes, and then you've got a Feathered Airstrike and Paquito on the other team. So anytime you even tried to get close to closing the distance, you were just getting hammered with so much damage, and not even just with engagements, but even when you're trying to disengagement, you've got the slow and the damage coming from the Farja. So it was, I want to say, masterfully drafted by the side of Titan Esports here. Imperial, I mean, better luck next season for them. A heck of a fight that they put up. Like I said, I kind of consider these relegation matches to be probably harder than any of the other matches here, because you're dealing with an opponent who has already competed at the MCT AMER level. So like I said, hats off, and hopefully this turns into a learning experience and we see more coming from Imperial next season.
Yeah, so that is why we were talking about like yesterday on the grand final on the ADT South versus Dragon Empire, and we were talking about like, okay, maybe that was the best chance for like Imperial to get the direct spot, like beating Dragon Empire. But hey, Dragon Empire, my friend, so Buzizu, Luis, you know, Yuji was not that easy, and they were so close. And versus Titan Esports here, you have Paquito, you have Hotun, you have Cabral as a coach. So the team is getting really strong. And now we're going to see what they're going to do on the MCT AMER South 8-2. So big shout out once again to Imperial Esports. You did an amazing job. You did great, guys. So please don't give up. Continue, like, keep going, keep doing the determination, the dedication, okay, because you are brilliant. You have a chance to get and shine, to be a part on the MLBB scenario on the next season. So guys, please don't give up.
Yeah. Great effort by both teams. But Titan Esports, like we've been talking about, and this is just something, and maybe it's because of biased, because I was able to had the opportunity to cast the AMER South last season. Some very, very strong teams that I was able to kind of get accustomed to and see over across the border, which have come as a surprise, I want to say, to the North. As we've seen, North pretty much got beat out, and I've been talking about this for a while, is that we're at a very, North is at a very delicate spot right now where we need to kind of hunker down and start putting in that effort, because South, I mean, they're very strong. You've got a lot of, talking about a lot of formidable teams here, even when it comes to 8th or 7th place from for teams that didn't even who were last place in the AMER MCT AMER tournament. You're talking about a very, very strong teams who stick together, who understand and have that history and synergy and the coaching to be able to kind of back up a lot of their skills as well. So it's going to be a very big learning process for a lot of these teams if they think it's going to be a cakewalk walking into this, especially here in the relegations of the ADT.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Private, especially because we got to remember on the last season, the grand final, Entity 7 beat Alpha 7 North, you know, so the South like showing their strength, the South is showing they're powerful on the competition, you know, so the North side, it is still huge. But now like both regions here like playing together, like competing together, it's gonna be amazing. So now we have an interview, Private.
Yeah, very excited to be talking. If I am reading correctly, we're going to be having an interview with a Syndrak. So let's go ahead. And first of all, Syndrak, I just want to say congratulations on a very well fought victory, especially that last victory, that last game. Dominance personified. You guys didn't even give them an inch. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good because a lot we could achieve like a clean game, and I'm happy that we could get like a good result.
So Sindra, now like still I'm maintaining the presence on the MCT AMER South. So what are your goals from now on with the Titan Esports and the next season, which is about to coming up next?
We actually are trying to like develop it in style, so we were clean games like we did today. So I think we're gonna focus on that, so we can achieve like a better performance, and with that achieve the win.
Perfect, great.
I want to say, not to say as a disappointment, but you're in the relegation, so the MCT AMER probably didn't go off as well as you guys had expected. From that, I'm sure you guys noticed some deficiencies. Are there things that you guys were focused on in the off time to kind of bring it together to make sure that you guys maintain and have a better performance this season?
Yeah, actually we had a lot of problems, like, so we would be here this season, and some of them were not on the game, some of them were off the game, like in the backstage. So we are trying to make everything go smooth as possible, so we can train better and we focus more on mistakes. We had a few ones today, but that's okay because it's part of the process. We are gonna make sure that nothing gets in our way this time.
So Sindrak, what do you guys feel about this meta changing like just a couple of times from the last seasons, for example? So we were able to see like some fighters in a gold lane, for example, or sometimes with the support in the mid lane like Rafaela or Mathilda as well. So what do you guys feel about this meta, and you guys like working on other situations, on other new things, and you were prepared to handle any kind of change for the next season?
We're still trying to see how you can go with this up, because there's a lot of possibilities, and some compositions like they work better on like a stomp game. They go really hard, like this last game you can go all the way into the Nexus. So we actually, for now, we still like trying to see what we can do with which kind of composition, like the supports and this kind of stuff.
Great.
I did want to ask the second to last game that we had, where you guys went ahead and gave up Atlas, prioritized the Akai. What was the plan going into it, and where do you think it kind of fell apart for you guys?
This composition, we tried a little bit to have a control of the objective. At the same time, we have the macro of the Moskov. And like we built the composition to play the objectives and have the Rafaela, so you can, like, you have the passive, like you can be more calm if like there's any mistakes. But we fell hard in the game of like fighting for everything. I think this match we were too reactive.
Okay, Sindrak, I gotta ask you because Titan Esports recently got Cabral as a new coach, right? So I am not sure if you already worked with him in other times, for example, and maybe this might be too early to ask, but how is Cabral like working with you? So if you already felt the changes with this new coach with Cabral like working with you, so how you guys are handled with Cabral being as your coach for now?
For me, like I already worked with him on Alpha 7 before, so it's not the first time. But with Cabral, I think I feel really good because I like how smart he is about some things, and I think in general he's like a really good person so to work with. He's very smart on how to treat a person, how to deal with the players, and in the game he's really good in macro. So if you like put the plus on being the good person that he is, it's very good to work with him. And he's always making like some jokes, some ankle jokes sometimes, but good jokes. So it's good.
Great.
Thank you so much. And is there anybody else you guys want to give a shout out for on your side?
For me, I want to give a shout out to my mother and my father and my sister because they are this time that I fell short on last season. I had a really hard time because it's already like a year before, too much hate on me, and I was falling at the same time with some other stuff to them because I love them and they always make me go stronger from each season.
Okay, so that's it. But Sindras, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for talking to us here. So keep doing the good job. Keep doing great here on Titan Esports, and we hope to see you on the next season on the MCT AMER South. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sindra. Bye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's it. That was a Sindrak here, my friend Private, to talk with us on this victory on Titan Esports here to still fight on the MCT AMER South.
Yeah, great job to him and the whole team and the coaching staff, which seems to have been really turning it around. They seem very positive about their outlook coming into the new AMER South, and the amount of effort that they put in, especially because it's been in the off time. They haven't really been in a tournament since. It really shows. So like, and that's kind of a big thing that a lot of people don't really understand when it comes to the effort that needs to be put in here. Even though there's not a tournament, that doesn't mean that the work stops. You guys are gonna have to keep on continually getting better, improving, and keeping that talent and those swords sharp.
So now we're going to have a little break because right after that we are going to have the relegation on the north, Retaliation versus DMX. So it's a short break, don't leave it.
lies below is under my vigil. Take on, soar high, dive deep. Ride the wind. Lightning fast. To strike again. Yasuo out. No evil can hide from me. Round 'em up, drag 'em in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we are accompanied on the desk by not just Rico, but also the one and only Kronos joins us for the second half of our night of best of fives here in the ADT relegation round.
Yeah, first of all, guys, here I gotta apologize because I made a mistake. It's not Retaliation versus DMX, it's Retaliation versus Boss Sports before the breakup. But now here, Kronos, once again, my friend, welcome to shine brighter here with your presence.
Hey man, thank you so much, guys. Fantastic being here once again. Of course, Private, thanks for the warm welcome. Rico, you as well. And yes, GMX, unfortunately, they didn't make it all the way to the relegation phase. They bowed out of the competition, but they can make a comeback once again. Although, when we're talking about Retaliation versus Boss Esports, we were looking at this lineup, and Rico, we were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about Titan Esports Club. Congratulations, they made their way to the MCT South group, but of course, we kept talking about them. Excuse me.
Okay.
And we kind of forgot about
God bless you.
Boss doesn't massive sneeze. So yeah. But yeah, we kept talking about them, and then we completely kind of like disregarded the fact that even the north side, the north group, has like heavy competition when it comes to Boss Esports. I mean, Private knows better. Tamal is there currently, and he's been in the scene for a very long time. And Maracucho is a name that popped up in the MCT last season. He was a hot name for Influence Rage Origins. He was being the difference maker as well the entire time. And if you want to be a difference maker, make sure you scan the QR code and follow all our socials as well, folks, because it is the MLB esports community. It is North America, South America, the Americas community that you will join. There'll be diamond campaigns, skin codes, and a lot more. And guess what? You'll get information about tournaments just like these, and then you might find your face in one of those.
Yeah, so make sure you put your camera on the QR code that it was about to. Okay, it's gone, but that's okay. You have the time. You have the time here to to scan the QR code, and make sure you follow us also here on our social network as well, with Kronos, with Rico, and Private. Okay, so you want to learn how to play Hayabusa, so follow Private Dancer. You wanna earn a skin on giveaway, you go to Kronos. Okay, so you wanna just be like exist, you can follow me. That's okay. I can talk to you on,
this guy
on our social networks.
I'm about to say, what's going on?
Man, what's going on indeed. What's going on right now, I can tell you in this relegation phase, I've been talking about it a little bit earlier, that these might be some of the more difficult matches for some of these teams to overcome, because you're talking about dealing with teams that already know what it takes to succeed in the MCT AMER North. Here we can take a look at the journey that happened with the brackets for the South.
Yeah, so as we're seeing here on the relegation chronos that we just watched, the Titan Esports here guarantee his survival on the MCT AMER South. They beat Imperial here on 3-1. That was a close game actually, so shout out to Imperial as well. And we're going to see the north side, but now on the next season we're about to see Dragon Empire and Titan Esports. On the north side here we're seeing Boss Sports versus Retaliation. So as you well said, Kronos, Boss Sports with so many experienced players. You have Maracucho, you have Tamal, you have any other players, Ziggy, Sirius. So I think I was talking to Private before the first match. So I believe that both north and south sides here are like facing some similar situations, because on one side you have Retaliation who has been through all the brackets on the north side. You have Boss Sports with so many experienced players who still want to compete on the MCT American north side, you know. So it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be wild to see these two teams fighting for the last spot here on the MCT America.
Yeah, absolutely. It is for the last spot, of course, in MCT AMER North Group. And I think you said it about Boss Esports, right? They've got a mix of experience. They got a mix of newcomers as well in the name of Sirius. And of course, this is the lineup we're talking about. Pika UXP, Maracucho, who, to be honest, last season, well, he had the stage for himself with the way that he played. You got Ziggy, who comes back in. Sirius is a new name right now that we don't really have a lot of information about. And Tamal, a seasoned veteran here for Boss Esports. And not saying that, okay, they don't have a coach, that's fine, they probably know what they're doing, but also at the same time, if you take a look at who they're going up against, it's a team from the United States of America. And right now, piggybacking off what Private said earlier before the break, the north side, the competition doesn't feel like a competition anymore, right? It feels like the South Group have gotten so much more ahead that the North side is desperate for an injection of new blood into it. And I think Retaliation can be that team, because you got Joy, Dragos, Kaito, Shu, as well as Song coming in. I don't know if Shu has shifted his lane from jungle to gold, so that's news to us, because Dragos hasn't played until now. But I think the desperate need for new blood in the United States of America, in the North American scene, is very evident from what we've been seeing in the international phases, what we've been seeing in the previous North American tournaments as well. And I think this could be the team to kind of take them and kind of create chaos a little bit so that they can find a spot for themselves, just like Woompy did last season.
Yeah, and aptly, I want to say the North American scene has been kind of aptly named the Wild Wild West when it comes to a lot of these teams, whether they stick together, if people are rotating in and out when it comes to rosters. So there can be a bit of a problem when it comes to stability. You can have some of the most skilled players in the region, but if you don't have that synergy, you're going to be playing an uphill battle against a team that have that organization, that have that coach, that have that person that's kind of keeping the team together, which I want to say probably is one of the things that I feel like North America might have fallen a little bit short in the last MCT AMER when it comes to what they were put up against. But I think you hit the nail on the head, Kronos, when you talked about the need for a new injection of fresher talent that has that hunger for the game. And I want to say, when it comes to hunger, both of these teams are going to have that in spades.
Yeah, and not only that, so as Kronos well said about like this changing. Okay, before that, here's the caster's prediction. So Private 3-1 Retaliation, me 3-2 Retaliation, and Kronos went through Boss Sports here. The only different 3-2-4, yeah, Boss Sports. Kronos almost got the perfect score on the first match. He went to 3-0 for Titan Esports, but it was a 3-1. But now let's see who's going to be the top here on these predictions, Kronos.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a little disappointed in Titan Esports Club, to be honest. And I
Why?
messaged Paquito and Hotun before the match started. I said, you guys are winning this 3-0, right? And then guess what? They didn't. So now they're probably getting an earful from me. But I mean, Imperial played fantastic. It's just the Titan Esports Club. It's just, they've got a championship team, right? They're not there just to win relegation. That's the lineup that can win the MCT South and MCT as a whole, to be honest. And that's what makes a big difference. But here in the north side, I kind of went towards Boss Esports just because I want to see the synergy between Maracucho and Tamal come into the picture, right? Having a seasoned veteran in such a meta where you have to know and understand how to slow the tempo of the game down and pick it up when you need it. And I think Tamal's going to be a key piece. And if Maracucho finds his groove, man, it's hard to stop him.
Yeah, I agree when it comes to these guys building up synergy. But as I said, the reason for my pick when it comes against Boss is like that Wild West factor. A lot of these teams, when it comes to the off season, there's not a lot of motivation if you don't have a coach, if you don't have an organization behind you to kind of keep that group together and keep playing. Right now, Retaliation, they have that history. They've been playing for the last few weeks together. They've got that momentum behind them. So we're going to see if Boss can kind of come up with something to kind of counteract that as they've kind of, you've got some great players on the team, don't get me wrong, but they need to be able to put that together to form that cohesive unit.
Okay, just hold on. Is it Shu in the jungler? Because we saw Dragos, right?
Oh yeah, it's normal. We got Rimu QT back, so he's the goal laner. Shu's in the jungle. Forget about what we saw in the pictures. This is what we're gonna go with. Because Private, I know you were watching the games previously as well, right? Yesterday and the day before that would happen for the ADT, and I think Rimu QT, he's been one of those players that kind of puts himself in danger rather than being the danger himself, which kind of puts back Retaliation a little bit. You take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and I think Joy is the one that's really putting the team on his back so far and carrying them across the finish line. And I want to see Rimu QT do that. So hopefully, if he's able to do that, I might just change my prediction, because I want Retaliation to win, because we need that new blood, that new hunger coming in. And speaking of that, they get the Paquito first pick as well.
Yeah, a big pick. Oh, I'm sorry, big pickup when it comes to these flexibilities. I think I've been talking about these before. The big 3 flexing ones right now are Paquito, Belleric, and Rafaela, where you've got some multiple areas that you can put them in. But as we've seen from the first series, flexibility doesn't mean that you have to use it. I know a lot of people are like, oh yeah, we got this. It's going to keep them on their toes. But if you flex them into a position and into a losing lane, you might have yourselves a little bit of a problem. As we saw, Belleric got himself flexed into an XP lane against Esmeralda, and eventually it slowed down the rotation, slowed down that early game advantage that they thought that they were going to be able to have.
Yeah, so now we're seeing here in the draft, like the Boss Sports, like taking the Esmeralda as a 3rd ban here, like taking this possibility to bring somehow the Freya for an XP lane possibly here. So it's going to be very interesting as well, but I don't think that there was like the right idea for like Retaliation leaving this Belleric open for a Boss Sports on this first game. I think that this first game is going to tell much for us, which is about like what is going to happen in this best of 5. So when you let some strong picks open, okay, we know that there's not a ban enough to like let this heroes banned all the time, but now here seeing the Retaliation with Zunshin and Lapu. Okay, we're seeing like from this at least from yesterday, Kronos, like Joy with some heroes that were about like to be the playmaker and to be comfortable as well to impact in a good way for Retaliation. Now playing with Lapu, that can be a possibility. Not with a hard engaged line, not with like this a very strong initiation like Analyst, for example, but that's okay. When I was seeing Rafaela for a boss here, we already saw the Rafaela today in the Roman and it didn't work. So maybe for a mid lane, but still, like, I think their boss is going to focus on us in a strong and tanky composition so far.
I mean, that Rafaela changes the way I was thinking about Retaliation's lineup so far. They're flexing this Paquito, like Private mentioned, jungle, gold lane right now because they got the Lapu showed up. Lapu kind of like to keep the Freya under control a little bit, which I would think the Paquito would have done better, right? And then you get the Jushin to kind of kite the Freya's dive. And you get the Freya with the Belleric, so you don't get the Belleric countering the Freya, so you're allowing the Freya to be the real big threat. And now you add the Rafaela, who's already having right now, what, a 60% plus pick rate across all MPLs. She's getting great win rates, and it's because of the fact that she can up the tempo of the game. And you got suspiciously high damage in the early game, and then that extra bit of heal and mobility. Just make sure you get control. You don't got to go back to the base not a single time, and you start becoming a problem. And who thrives in such an environment is the Freya. So clearly Freya is what they're building around. Now, how will they maximize this with the rest of the bans? Isun Shin's taken off because they're suspecting that it could go into the jungle for Boss Esports. No Uranus. That could be another problem that Lapu Lapu and Paquito have to deal with. Matilda and the glue taken off, so things to stop the Freya from becoming like less of a threat is taken off from the side of Boss Esports. And now I think you're just gonna get the jungler and save your last gold lane pick until the end to decide if you want to put this Freya in the gold lane or in the jungle, or rather in the EXP.
I was going to say, we kind of showed our hands there. Freya can work in the marksman position as well, but when you have a Belleric out there, if you would have transitioned Freya into that marksman lane, we would have been really heavy on that tanky front line for the side of Boss and pretty low on the damage. Here, we do have Moskov being picked up by the side of Retaliation. The Lapu is a very interesting pick to me because he's not exactly a tanky front line. He kind of, for me, operates as like a burst hero with some negating abilities. I do see the reason for the pick, because if that Wrath of Dryad comes out, he can go ahead and activate his ultimate and he won't be lured in by the taunt. But is that going to provide enough and a significant amount of damage, especially laning against something as strong as the Freya pickup, as we're looking for that last and final pickup in the marksman lane for the side of Boss?
Yeah, so still here in the goal lane for Boss Esports is still left like a Quad or a Brody, for example. Okay, so similar Barrett. Barrett's coming out from the XP lane here, now swapping Freya for the goal lane. So I think that there's a lot of change here in this composition, Kronos.
This is what I was talking about, right? You pick up the jungler in the fourth pick, and then you leave the final pick until the end, looking at the opposite lineup and deciding what you want to do. And I think Moskov was a little bit of a passive pick coming out from Retaliation. They could have really just gone for another burst type jungler and put this Paquito in the gold lane, and then say that, okay, Frey, if you want to go in the gold lane, let's see you do that right now, because there's no way you're beating a Paquito. You get absolutely walled by the Paquito in the laning phase, and that's what it's about. So they just double down, make sure this Freya is the big threat that she has to be, and Barrett to be the big body to absorb all the damage, be the playmaker. And I think now this is just gonna be absolute treat in the early game. 2 turtles, 3 turtles, gonna be the bizarre if Retaliation kind of win that. Boss Esports have to put on a good show right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things here coming out from the first game here, Private. So we are about to see what is going to happen in this relegation fight from the north side. But now, guys, it is time for a real caster. Yeah, it is time for a real casting with Kronos and Private Dancer. Oh my goodness. I'm so lucky. I'm lucky.
And this is going to be a very interesting matchup for me, too. I'm not going to lie, as I'm looking at this draft, especially as this is going to be the inaugural match between Boss and Retaliation, I am kind of leaning towards Boss's draft here. There's a reason Freya has been pretty much the tip top, probably 70% when it comes to pick and ban rate for a lot of these. And I want to say, as far as flexibility goes here, Boss really kind of utilized it to its extreme here to really be able to kind of get that surprise. I'm going to be very eager to see how Moskov matches up against this pickup.
Yeah, I think the idea is you want to make sure this Freya is absolutely being a bully in the gold lane. Rimu QT, on the other hand, playing it safe, doesn't want to show himself quite a lot. Pika UXP, expected, takes a lot of poke against the Lapu Lapu. But what we got to watch out for is Maracucho on this Nolan. When he comes in, who's the one he's going to target down? Able to use the Retribution, secures the Lethal Wanderer. He should be able to level up a little faster than the Paquito, knowing that he can jungle. He can clear his jungle much faster.
What I do like about it is I feel like there's just an intent behind Boss's composition here. You've got the Detna's Welcome that can come in and isolate a player out, and then you have the burst damage coming from the Maracucho and Sirius on the Freya. So if somebody gets caught in that Detna's Welcome, they're going to get absolutely blown up. Not just that, but even when if you're going to try to get an escape, you're going to have the Wrath of the Dryad there. So it just feels more intentional on the side of Boss. Now, even with great compositions, it does come down to the execution and the synergy that these players have with each other. And I think we're going to see that when it comes to this first turtle, which will really give us a good taste, a good weight on how these teams are going to be able to play against each other.
Yeah, and you know what, Private, another thing to add on to what you said as well, if they're trying to run away, you got the healing that comes out from the Rafaela to chase them down, to provide that extra bit of mobility. And all of a sudden, like Boss Esports lineup is starting to make a lot more sense, right, for everybody else who didn't get it so far. And I think Retaliation needs to find an answer. They need to play it safe. That's why you're seeing not a lot of risks being taken by them.
Ooh, big fight coming up here. Maracucho does find himself a big turtle put there and a kill onto Song. Coming in from the backside, Sirius on the Freya, but gets blocked off by Shu there. So a great job by Shu to go ahead, try to execute that escape for the team. Joy gonna have to use that flicker to get away. A turtle going over to the side of Boss.
Yeah, turtle towards the side of Boss Esports. They could have actually gotten a little bit more than that as well, but they're pretty happy. They got the turtle, they got Song. Call it happy days. They walk out alive. And I think Ziggy was kind of crucial to provide the healing at the right time, making sure Sirius doesn't get caught out, get too low, use the Purify. Could have been a little disastrous after he got caught in that taunt. However, Retaliation not able to maximize the AoE effect that they have in play for themselves. Joy did go in with the flicker, and I think thinking back to what we were looking at from Retaliation the past few days, Joy is the playmaker, and as long as Joy can make these plays, Retaliation will feel much more confident. This time Tamal feeling so much more confident with the Wrath of the Dryad. Sirius jumps in as well, pinned to the wall though. Fracture coming out. I don't know if Sirius is this a good idea? Do you have the Valkyrie Descent? No, he doesn't. SOD. Oh, it connects onto Maracucho, but I think Boss Esports will live this.
Yeah, that spear, the SOD, looked like he was trying to connect with a Sirius, but just misses wide and goes up to the back end, and that just really wasn't the fight that he was going to be looking for, especially without the backup of his team there. A big flicker, Wrath of the Dryad. I applaud the initiative coming out from Tamal. I want to say from the side, a great, I want to say reply coming from the side of Retaliation. Speaking of replies, Song enters a bush that they shouldn't have with 3 members from the Boss side there and still able to come out. Kaito might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, I guess we're just going to focus on a turtle. That's okay. No worse for wear. Nobody gets taken out there. Joy on the backside giving that information, but doesn't look like there's going to be an attempt by the side of Retaliation.
Yeah, Retaliation needs to back off. Not after what Song was listening to. I don't know, it felt like a funeral music for him, but you can see, oh, Sirius might get caught out. Taunt comes in, purifies, and with the Valkyrie Descent able to make it out alive as well. I think this is what they're trying to do. They want to make sure they keep Sirius under control, but they're committing so many bodies on one side that they lose focus on the other, and Joy gets taken out, who has been, once again, call me a broken record, he's been the key piece for every single Retaliation victory. And you can see with the items coming out as well, he has the War Axe, so it could be beneficial for Retaliation if they start pressuring on that side.
Yeah, the problem is just Lapu, like I said, he's just not that tanky front line. He's got a lot of burst damage that he can surprise you with, which is why you kind of use him against those kind of stationary heroes like the Eve or maybe like a Farza that he can jump onto and really connect with. Speaking of which, now another problem for Joy, who has to get out and gets taken down again by Maracucho. A big taunt here. Maracucho going to be able to try to find himself an escape. The SOD comes out and another ultimate from Song just goes wide. A big ultimate from Tamal. We do have the Wrath of the Dryad. Is that going to be enough? Tamal bursted down by Shu.
Yeah, Shu has been crucial, but you can see right now gets respawned up as well to Maul, but they're chasing through with the back, and now Ziggy comes in as well to provide more healing. Holy Baptism to catch one more. Raging Slash from Joy, try and make it out alive, but Sirius right now wants more. They lose 3 members in that one fight, and Boss Esports off the back of that, 3,000 goal lead in their favor.
And right now, showing exactly what you need to be in this meta when it comes to kind of delegating the tempo. That early game, you can see them already pushing in through mid. 6-1 right now when it comes to the advantage. And unfortunate, even with the damage output coming from the side of Retaliation, just not able to capitalize. And that's going to be another turtle for Boss.
They're not able to keep up Retaliation. They don't see how the game's kind of slipping away from their fingers. They're praying that, you know, Boss Esports leaves something for them to pick up, some sort of scraps at least at this point, right? The crumbs from the entire pie. But Boss Esports, they've got this Rafaela, making sure they stay in the fights. And again, goes back to what we were talking about in the draft. Look at the Wrath of the Dryads coming in as well at the right time. Holy Baptism, making sure they keep them in place. PKU XP taking so much, and Sirius comes in at the right time. Valkyries is sent, all the damage being dished out. No way to stop him. Maracucho comes in, tries to clean out AOG, try to catch him in places. Well, Kaito Kid is kiting all right, but Rimu QT, he might be next on the top of block, just survives barely. And off the back of that fight, they don't lose a lot of HP. They just keep getting towers.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of a 3-tank front line with Ziggy on this Rafaela is just so much for the side of Retaliation to even come up on. You can see one item right now for the Moskov, or Rimu not that he's doing a bad job, but you're talking about we're in the 7th minute of the game right now, and the pace has just been so thick, so fast that they just have not been able to get the items needed. And especially when it comes to a lineup like here, you're looking at trying to get that full Trinity build for Rimu. You want to get Demon Hunter for him as well to start shredding down some of these tanks, and we are just not at that point yet. And while we're trying to get to that point, that pathway is being blocked by this 3-tank front with Rafaela feeding up all of this health to them.
And this goes back to what we were kind of looking at the ENC as well, right? Private, that 3-tank front line that was kind of working out for multiple teams. And now all of a sudden it's working here as well. Oh my God, Maracucho, man. I'm telling you, he's caliente. He's hot. That's what he is. Whenever he gets going, he gets hot, he catches heat, and all of a sudden the opposition better watch out because he's coming in and he's making sure he burns you down. 7-1 kill score, 7,000 goal lead almost in their favor. They get themselves a Lord. Only Tier 2 on the mid lane and the bot side left standing. They can't even walk up to their own jungle. Retaliation needs to find answers. The one good thing that they have for them that's going is this Rimu QT hasn't fallen down multiple times, but look at the goal lead still. He's 5,000 while you have Sirius who's almost nearing 7.
Yeah, and the like I said, the Paquito, he kind of reminds me, like I was talking about the Dairoth pick, where he's got some great ability to kind of like get some of that burst damage out there. Dairoth specializes more in the tankier players that are slower, but on the Paquito, both of these guys really kind of suffer in that when it comes to burst damage, they're actually rather squishy. Now pushing their way through the mid tower here, you can see nothing really comes in with a fracture on the side. Maracucho is like, hello, boom, and then he's back out again, putting the pressure onto the bottom lane. This is just textbook full lane pressure coming from the side of a Boss. Retaliation trying to come in, trying to pay them for it, and they just don't even have a source of damage right now that can compete with this front line. Minions now going towards the mid. Oh, coming in, we do have Wrath of the Dryad coming out, and the ultimate the side of Retaliation. Maracucho finds himself a kill onto Shu. We do have an AOG out, but Tamal makes short work of a song. 2 down for the side of Retaliation. A full 5-man team still putting the full court press onto this base.
Man, Retaliation are trying to man mark them the entire time, but not happening. Look at Maracucho. This is the 3rd time I'm seeing that happen, right? He has taking down Joy on this Lapu Lapu, full HP to less than half from just one combo. And yes, Lapu Lapu is a fighter, he's an initiator, but he is also built slightly tanky. He definitely has the Queen's wings to help him survive, but my god, he has been a monster the entire time. Kind of remembering and recalling what happened in MCT the previous season. We called him Caliente because that's how he's playing right now. 4-0-5, gets himself a BOD, and now look at Tamal as well. What the rather ads, and Sirius just making sure he gets the job done. Song AOG out of there just to survive. Pika UXP could make a play. Rimu QT getting caught, taking out super low. Tamal right now being a front line. Maracucho comes in from the side, flanks and gets the kill, and now Joy's trying to survive, trying to take out Pika UXP, but he flickers out, and the next set of waves are coming in, and all of a sudden the HP's back up to full. Joy is gonna go down. Maracucho is hot at the moment, and Kaito Kid is the last one left standing to try and defend, but he gets taken out as well. Boss Esports, game number 1 in a dominating fashion.
Dominate doesn't even begin to express that. I mean, they finished up early. I don't even think they lost the momentum from the beginning of that match. And you could just tell right from the beginning there, as you could take a look at these guys when it comes to their expert badges out there. The problem here for me is that this tanky front line, we were really kind of banking, I feel like, that mid to late game spike that would come out. I think we have to switch these up. It's actually Retaliation that's on the right side and Boss is on the left side. But yeah, I think we were really banking on that mid to late game spike and didn't really actually have a pathway to get to that late game, especially here with the immense amount of damage and front line capabilities coming from the side of Boss.
Yeah, guys, so one thing I know for sure, you don't want to be nasty, otherwise Maracucho is coming for you. What a match here using the Nolan with the so high burst of damage here. So there was like a clean domination coming out from Boss Esports since from the first minute here. It was a fast game here, like not dangerous at all for Boss Esports. So first game here like makes me worried somehow here for a Retaliation, because this first game at least there was no reaction coming out from Retaliation. So I don't know, guys.
Hey, reaction? They didn't have time to react, bro. Like, that's the thing, though. The full court press, like Private was saying, what can you do when you have a full court press against you, right? It's like you get the ball and you got a guy in front of you already, or they might even double team you at that point. And that's what they were kind of doing. That's what this Rafaela provided. You're able to stay in these fights longer and longer, and the longer the fight goes, the better it is for Boss Esports, because they don't have a lot of skills, a lot of ultimate reliant heavy heroes, right? You have the Freya, just skill 2 combo, basic attacks, you're done. Barracks, what's his job? His job is just to basically stand there and eat all that damage, meat on meat. That's what that guy is. And then you have Nolan. He comes in, picks up the pieces whenever it's necessary. What's the Bellery gonna do? Let's be honest, he's just gonna stand there, and you attack him, you get attacked back. And that's the kind of like the worst enemy for a Moskov, even, right? At a certain point, he didn't even get to build his penetration item, so he was taking reflecting damage back to him thanks to the passive. So it just, Retaliation kind of got outdrafted. I think we all agree, just because of the Rafael that we saw a little earlier, and it was in the first phase as well, and they couldn't really do anything about it.
Not just that, I feel like Freya has been one of these picks that I don't even know that we saw Freya too much in the first series.
It's broken, bro.
I mean, we didn't see it in the first series, and I feel like it's kind of overlooked by certain teams when it comes. I feel like it takes a little bit. She is one of those that it's you're in, and you're not going to have an escape once you go in. So it needs to be something that you're super confident on and being able to use. And I feel like there's not a lot of people right now that are at that level of confidence with using the Freya pickup. Not an issue for Boss, as we just saw there, but also we kind of flexed a little hard. We went with some picks that were kind of flexible, but they didn't really kind of pan out there. On the side of Boss, the flexible pick state, there was a reason for it. And when you look at the final composition and what they were trying to execute, it just felt more not just sincere, but it felt more, it felt more, I don't even know what the word for, confident. You could tell right away when you looked at their composition, how this combo would go down, how the Barats would be able to go in to isolate somebody down. Then you had this immense amount of burst damage to take them down. On the side of Retaliation, it did feel like a little bit more kind of some things that were thrown together without thought about how they were going to be able to get to these points in the game. The Moskov, very late game. Not really a tanky front line that we had on our side. We had Paquito and we had Lapu Lapu, and not really a tanky front line for our team here. Unfortunately, kind of a great opener for Boss, and really kind of, I want to say, putting down the line, drawing down the line in the sand right now, and be like, if you want to compete, if you want to get to the MCT AMER, this is the level you're going to have to play at. And unfortunately, a learning experience for Retaliation in that first game.
Hell yeah.
And you know what, guys, this is what happens when you have like a very good players on your team, because we saw like a few hours ago, a few moments ago, like I forgot the name. Imperial using Rafaela on the it was Titan Sports using Rafaela on the roaming, for example. You know, so they decided to choose another hero on the mid lane. So here we got a different situation. We got like Rafaela on the mid lane, but he said, okay, Ziggy, just be the support here, because we have like Maracuja, we have Sirius using the Freya, so they were like so aggressive, like so forward, you know. So okay, we got the support that we need on the mid lane here. We got like Tamal with the Belleric. I remember one fight on purple buff, you know, like Tamal was like laying there, like the whole team from Retaliation went through Tamal. They used all the ultimates, and Tamal was like, okay, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? And then we came the rest of the teams, they responded back, you know, with the elimination. So yeah, when you have this very strong players, when you have like when you can trust your teammates here, this happens, you know. So one victory for Boss Sports here, that was so good. And now here on the draft of the second game, Boss Sports here like locks down with a Paquito. Meanwhile, Retaliation respond with Barrett and Melissa. That was a good one here. Two strong heroes on the meta, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think Boss Esports kind of fumbled that first pick, right? They could have really just gone for the Melissa themselves, because you're not going to get Paquito on the other side. Barrett's okay. If they want, they can take it. It's all right. I think Melissa was definitely the top priority pick in that first pick on the blue side. It's all right. Paquito's not bad, but now the problem is, how do you get to the Melissa?
I'm wondering, does the jab reach through the go away?
No.
So
that's
yeah,
what I'm saying. It doesn't. You get pushed back.
Yeah, I was actually really expecting the Melissa pick to kind of be up front there. Even when you have the circling eagle coming out from Tamal here, the go away is going to be a heavy price to kind of try to get into that back line. They go ahead, scoop up the Rafaela with the tanky front line, and I think you talked about it a little bit, Rico, with that Rafaela we saw in the first series. Would that have been different if Rafaela was trying to protect the Freya instead of a Moskov in that position too? So it's not just about the roam being a good or one of those big prime meta picks, but they have to be paired with something that really kind of synergizes with that kit. And unfortunately, when it was that game, the Atlas was just able to get into that line and really be able to kind of punish the Rafaela. Here, I do like the amount of shielding. I like the synergizing coming from both of these compositions thus far. You're going to have the guiding winds and that shielding that's going to be able to help Uranus, the shielding that's going to be able to help Paquito as well, and the added mobility that's going to come out of there, especially for something like a Paquito who already can get around the map with some blinding speed. You add a guiding winds to that, you might have a little bit of a surprise going into your back line.
Yeah. Now we're seeing here Rafaela on the Retaliation's composition here, like once again, I really want to know, I really want to understand here, like, which role is she going through? Like, so she's going to be roamer, she's going to be on the mid lane, for example. With the Barrett here, like, we already saw some kind of this duel working well, but now with Retaliation, we are about to see what is going to happen. But now, like, back to the ban system here, back to the ban phase, we're seeing Insushin in a part of the Retaliation and Kaja for a boss spot here. So some focus now on the gold lane here, taking out Brody. And the last here, like, assuming that there's still okay. Oh, right away, there's Minotaur here. Okay, roaming prediction coming out from boss spots. But now here, okay, so maybe they're like buying the idea that Raphael is heading for the mid lane here. So now we're seeing Retaliation coming out with the roaming. Who left? No Atlas, no Bellaric. Maybe a Brock or something. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Hylos. Yeah, I was about to say Hylos here.
They don't really need a lot, to be honest, for the side of Retaliation. Hylos Chip is another great pick. If you keep forgetting, he keeps flying under the radar for some reason, right? Chip is super solid now, and now all of a sudden you got the crowd control, you got a frontline presence, the Raphael is in the mid lane, things are working out. Now you're lacking magic damage though, so that's where they're gonna lean in towards in the jungle side of things. But in terms of Boss Esports, I think they need to find more damage. They've already got the mobility that we were talking about, right? They need a way to kind of reach into the Melissa. I don't like the Clit so much. I think Carry could be a better pick if you go for it, just because you have the option to hit a Purify. You can just straight up shred this Barat's. Claude is just going too safe. You're playing passive by picking up the Claude, although you do get map control. I guess they just want to make sure they don't get caught out too often. And yeah, if they get the link, this is crazy. Yeah, so
my only problem is when it comes to Chip and really utilizing his ability to kind of get around the map to surprise heroes and to really kind of have some of those teleporting. Until the mid to late game, we really don't have that burst ability to be able to kind of lock down somebody. Like if you're looking at who they can surprise on the side of Boss's team, I really don't see too many targets because there's a lot of, we just have a lack of damage on the side of Retaliation a bit, if not for the Ling, who's gonna take some items.
Yeah, so yeah, he's right about that. Rabbit is right about that. We're seeing some lack of damage here coming out from Retaliation's composition, because you got Rafaela, you got the Chip here. So okay, all right, you have Melissa, you have Barrett and Ling here for the late game, you know, so they have to maintain and they have to manage their rhythm and the pace here in this second game here if they want to have a chance to get through the victory so far here, Kronos.
You know what? On the contrary to what you guys are saying, I think Retaliation have good early game damage, right? They've got the Rafaela, who kind of like her damage flies under the radar. Chip got a lot of damage too. Rimukuti can close the distance against Sirius. Sirius is gonna have a hard time in the laning phase. All Ling has got to do is come and clean up shop, and I think Barat, yes, he's gonna have a tough time against the Uranus, but he does have decent amount of damage as well. So I think Retaliation, compared to Boss Esports' Paquito, of course they don't have that much, but I think Retaliation, they could come up and surprise us in this game. I'm liking the draft of Retaliation a little bit more, only because Boss Esports draft looks so much more harder to execute.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out here, ladies and gentlemen, in a game 2 of Boss taking on Retaliation. Winner here vying for a spot in the MCT AMER tournament, the final spot available in the ADT.
It is indeed. Look at Shu. He needs to become a threat as soon as possible. Farms his way up to look at a target the top side, right? 3 purifies on the side of Boss Esports. You get Brave Smite for Joy. You get yourself the War Cry for Shu, so you know he wants to dish out that basic attack damage. So I'm expecting an endless battle somewhere in his build down the line. Rimukuti's got himself the Quantum Charge as well. Song picks up the Rapid Boots. He's going to be moving much faster on this map, especially since it's broken walls. He's going to be able to access the jungle of Boss Esports much more easily. Meanwhile, Maracucho, though, he just wants pure burst, right? Lethal Ignition, looking to one-shot someone today.
Yeah, he said the only problem here is that you'd have the fighter versus the assassin kind of here. Maracucho just a little bit behind when it comes to those rotations, which means Shu's going to have just a little bit of a better time already. As we're talking about that, Peekaboo taking a little bit of damage, does use and takes that ride with that guiding wind to get himself put back and out of harm's way. First turtle is up. Both teams very even, but looking to start things off good with this second match.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Joy, yeah, he's gonna have a hard time, but he's gonna be tanking so much. And now look at that, Ziggy just being a bully, zoning them out. Song doesn't have the shortcut just yet. Tamal goes in. Oh wait, that is welcome at the right time. Tempest of Blades goes up. Shu is able to secure the turtle. First blood on the hands of Song as Maracucho will fall, and now they might find another. Yes, they do. And Private, this is what I was talking about. I'm forgetting the word. It just sneaks under the radar the amount of damage the Retaliation have.
Yeah, it's for me. Shu came in there with a great amount. The problem for me is that once you get that turtle, you get the shield, you get that nice sustain for your team, so you get just a little bit more than the side of boss, and that pretty much set the tone for it. You came in, they got that stolen away from them, and then immediately Retaliation came back and gonna join in that fight. A Song does have a surprise. I would say Song is probably the biggest one because he has a surprising amount of damage in the early game. Follow that up with a lot of CC. Kaito Kid doing a great job of helping the sustain for the team as well. Here, 0-2 right now. Kind of an off-kiltered start for the side of Boss.
Yeah, I think Boss Esports, this is where their experience comes into play. This is where you want to see Tamal at his best, kind of like slowing the pace of the game down. That's what they're kind of doing right now, not allowing Retaliation to double down and maximize the tempo that they have, the control that they have right now of this early game. 1,000 goal lead, it's not a lot, but it is something to work with for the side of Retaliation. And another thing to point out, we completely forgot about this. Ling is kind of one of Shu's best performing heroes in the ADT so far. Detonus welcome from Joy being charged up. Pika UXP. I mean, he's going to eat that for days. He should be all right. And another thing also is Shu's got the Flame Retribution rather than the Ice Retribution Private.
Oh yeah, and so that's going to be able to kind of get the well, I forgot to even flame. It's been so long since I've seen. Yeah, you get a little bit more damage coming out of that as well. Most of these junglers are usually looking for either the slow or maybe even getting themselves a little recoup of health when it came to the tankier meta here. But now starting back up onto this turtle here, Joy front and a setter with a Kaito Kid trying to keep that sustain up. Are they going to be able to find it? You can see. Oh, on the backside, they're in the jungle. There's Shu on the backside. Finch pose, poised above the top of everybody here. Song takes a lot of damage. In comes the Tempest of Blades. Damage connecting. Shu takes down Maracucho. Now they're in chase onto the rest of the team. Boss Joy able to find a kill onto Peak, and Rimu is going to find that final kill against Ziggy.
Now, what a back and forth. What a back and forth. Boss Esports try to get on top of Shu to make sure they pressure for him to use the retribution for his purple buff. And then Joy the entire time, a playmaker that he is, sitting in that bush, charging up the Detna's welcome. I could see Detna the entire time, you know, just charging, just using that, just pushing his leg, finding the right target. And guess what happened? Pika UX just walked up straight into it, got eaten up, chomp, and instantly Shu comes in. Finch poise, goes for the right target, catches Ziggy and Tamal, and that's the bigger that's kind of like knowing that Shu has the head above his shoulder right now, ice in his veins, knows his target, doesn't want to jump the gun, and when to use the Tempest of Blades just when the turtle was low so he can hit the retribution, gets the turtle as well. And I think this is what we want to see from Retaliation, playing absolutely well, playing clean. Just make sure you keep this consistency going, don't let up. Mental fatigue should not hit. You should have the mental fortitude to play like this all 5 games if it goes for it. And take a look at the items as well. He's got the Berserker's Fury for Shu, so you know he is going to do a lot of that crit damage. The crit burst is going to come through early now.
Yeah, Berserkers is pretty much the standard start for most Lings here, but Shu's just doing such a great job. And I was actually kind of getting a little sad that from the last few matches that I watched even yesterday, there weren't a lot of Ling players out there comfortable and confident enough to kind of pull him out. It's great to see that Shu actually has that. Is going to be kind of using it out here. Joy in a little bit of trouble here up at his tower, but from the side, Song comes in with the flank. Now, Tempest Blades lands down, looking for the damage. Ziggy's going to have to use the ult to try to get away. Blazing Duet spraying damage onto the rest of the retaliation. They are not backing up though. As you can see, Shu finding the kill onto Ziggy. Detna's welcome. Maracucho looking for the escape, using those guiding winds to get himself back to safety. A bad fight for Boss, but not as bad as it could have been. Some great synergy by them. Oh, another Detna's welcome. Spits Maracucho and down he goes.
A little bit of a repeat from what happened in game number 1. The Rafaela made sure Boss Esports could stay in these fights longer, provided extra bit of sustain. They had the front line with that Belleric in the game number 1. And now Retaliation just copying the same script word for word pretty much. You're just changing the fact that you got yourself a fantastic goal that can close the distance with this Melissa and the assassin and this Ling to clean up the rest of the job, but just finish the job. So Retaliation taking a page out of Boss Esports' playbook and making it their own, and they're able to play it so well. All tier 1s are down. Boss Esports needs to find a way to slow this game down and find the right target. And by speaking of the right target, it is Kaito Kid. You take him down, you might find an answer for yourself to find advantage on the map and maybe even in a team fight.
Yeah, I want to say the problem is that the slower you make this, even if you get into the late game, you're going to be talking about Song on this chip, who's going to be a lot more tankier, have a stronger map presence. Speaking of map presence, portals are out, guiding, circling Eagle Tamal, very dangerous in there. We did have a Detna's welcome attempt, but Tamal still gets taken out on the backside. Blazing Duet, Cirrus spraying down, almost gets taken out. He's going to use that BMI to get himself out of harm's way. Tempest of Blades comes out. It is more than enough to take down Cirrus.
Man, Shu has been a monster. 4-0-3. Now we see why GMX kind of banned out this Ling 5 games in a row, right? 4 games in a row just for this reason. Boss Esports now, they know they don't have to deal with this Ling anymore just because it's a global ban, and they'll be praying they get a victory from this because they got a Melissa on the other side, they got a Barras, they got a Ling, right? The Rafaela, there's such good meta picks right now. If Boss Esports clutches this and gets this victory, then they can use the Melissa for the next game, and now all of a sudden you got yourself a recipe for victory. But Retaliation, on the other hand, they're not going to let that happen, and you can tell with the amount of pressure that they're applying on the map, which you mentioned about this chip, is starting to add up. They slowed the game down, but the problem is the chip is going to keep control of these long lanes. They got a mobile assassin that can come from top lane that can go 0 to 100 in about 5-6 seconds, and they've got this big beefy dinosaur that just won't go down. And even if he's get taken down to low HP, you got Rafael that's willing to heal him up, and even the right skin, that nurse skin, to provide extra heal, man.
Yeah, the big problem. Oh, Shu, what was that? Tempest the Blades to get out of harm's way. You said he was good on this Ling. I didn't know he was that good. That was kind of ridiculous. I'm going to tell you. That's the type of play from a Ling that makes you want to hurl your iPad out the window because you weren't able to catch him. And Cirrus pays the price as well, gets taken out, and Shu is on a roll. But I have to kind of agree with you when it comes to some of these picks. Even if Retaliation win, you've got a lot of picks that you combined here to try to make this work. And the question kind of remains, what will be left for some of the other picks when it comes to the global ban?
Ooh, Tamal almost got caught there, was forced to use the Purify. Holy Baptist coming out, but look at the Cuddles Middle combination. Rimu QT is just absolutely destroying them. Kaito Kid is just baiting out Maracucho, and he's falling for it every single time. Holy Shield should get popped, pushing the Lord down to about 6,000 HP. Should be able to be cleared. I think Boss Esports will mount up a good defense, but the Lord Detna's welcome. Z gets taken out midway through the meal. Maracucho goes in, will get knocked out as well. And Tamal mid-air, Matilda Airlines crashes. Pika UXP is only looking at swords falling down from the sky. He survives just because he has an extra bit of sustain. Consecration already used, but look at the base. They're losing towers left, right, and center, and they're gonna take Pika UXP as well. No hostages. Retaliation. Take game number 2, private. This is nasty, man. I think we're gonna go all 5 games.
Yeah, I think a lot of the casters might have been a little incorrect about this one. That was a complete flip of the first game. Retaliation with a 17. Sorry, that last kill before the core went down. 17-1 victory. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried after that first game. I'm like, man, Boss pulling out all the stops. They're pretty well deserved here. You can see this actually need to be flipped again, but Boss on the right side of the stats here. But man, what an incredible game there for the side of Retaliation.
Yeah, it got me worried too here, like seeing the first game and the result of the score, and now seeing the second one is totally different from Retaliation, you know, so everything is tied up here. So they reset the mentality, they reset the mind, and went through a very dominance victory here on the second game. And you said as well, Shu with the link, it's a monster, it's insane, it's ridiculous. So that is why we didn't see a link open yesterday. So now you see here like Shu with a very good use of our Storm Blades actually. So 1-on-1 here, Kronos, everything is set up once again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just insane. He's insanely gifted, right? Mechanically gifted player. And in this current meta, if you have mechanics, if you're gifted mechanically, you can come out on top. And Kaito Kid as well, man. He's been baiting them out. Look at Shu. He doesn't care. The timing on his Tempest of Blades, perfect. I can't even call it near perfect. Perfect timing. And that one escape in the mid lane when they were trying to push for the tier 2 private. I mean, I told you, he was good, man. You doubted what we were talking about.
Hey, I want to say too, at the beginning, I was a little worried about the combination of this chip, the chip's presence when it came to a lot of these fights and combinations. We didn't even really need to use a lot of the teleports. I think we saw 1 or 2 that really kind of formulated around a lot of the fights, but for the most part, he was just being the front ling, getting the CC, putting some damage on there. It was really Shu that really kind of stole the show. And if I would have known he was that good on Ling, I would have adjusted my damage expectations a little bit there. But man, absolutely wowed me. And this is something I've been talking about for the longest time, and something that I think a lot of people got so sick of hearing from me through the tank meta, is that I was so tired of tanks just slapping each other for all of these fights. I missed those great Tempest of Blades and dashing plays where heroes could get into the back line, find that kill, and still be able to find themselves an escape. And man, Shu really put the money where his mouth is for this one.
Yeah, and I've already seen some of that here, like with this assassins heroes coming up on jungler, for example, with Nolan, Hayabusa, Ling here with Shu as well, you know. So I gotta say here, it's very interesting to see like this, not only for like the meta situation, but all that is happening on the MLBB competition, you know. So here now 1-1 here still say that some of their predictions here still survive, you know. So that's one here like who predicted on a 3-0 lap. Okay, I'm so sorry about that, but it's 1-1 here. So let's see what is going to happen on in the next game. But it's still like with not about like the mentality thing, but with the global ban system as well. So there's no time for another Link for a Retaliation, for example, no time for another Rafaela. So everything happens on this third game here, especially when it comes to this draft composition here, Kronos.
And you know what? Boss Esports go on the blue side again. Right, they pick blue side again, so Retaliation get on the red side, so they still get the option of getting those 2 power picks in return. And I think Boss Esports are... No, wait, Retaliation's on the red side. Yeah, so I was right. Retaliation, they're going to keep in mind to take out that Melissa. So if you're Retaliation, Melissa, Marcel are already kind of gone, right? Those are the 2 heroes who will have to be taken off instantly because there's just too much to give away right now. But if you're Boss Esports, how do you look at this? The Bellerica's already picked up by them, but not by the no, wait. Yeah, Belleric. Okay, I'm confused. What's going on? Who's going on which side now? Blue side is Boss. The red side is Retaliation. Didn't Retaliation pick up Belleric in the first game? No, that was Boss Esports. Yeah, right. So the global bans. You know what? I'm going crazy, man. But yes, Belleric was the one pick I was thinking has
You're
to be
messing
banned out,
with
and
our
Atlas has to
producer,
come
man.
out somewhere else as well.
You're messing
You
with
got
our
the producer
producer.
second guessing.
Or Felix. You thought that like, you're making Felix feeling confused about that, man. I said Felix was something like, okay, am I right? Am I wrong here? Oh my god, what's happening? It's Chrono's fault.
No, I think those
kidding.
picks were right. The Belleric was used at the beginning. It was that triple front line that Boss pulled out with the Rafaela, and we were kind of talking about the immense amount of tanking that they had and damage and wombo combo combined with that Wrath of the Dryad that could come out as well. Here, yeah. So RTO is going to go ahead and start this off, and let's talk a little bit about that draft from the last game. Boss went ahead, scooped up the Paquito with their first pickup, which I feel like kind of opened it up for RTO a bit as they picked up the Barats and the Melissa, which are two very strong and contested pickups.
Yeah, they're still on waiting here for the next bans on this game number 3 Retaliation, and heading through some spot ones here, having through some strong ones here like Eudora and Atlas. Meanwhile here, Boss focusing on the jungle, taking out Hirata. The second one here, like maybe not allowed to use the Belleric here for Boss, and even I think there's also for Retaliation. No, they didn't use the Belleric as well. Okay, Marcel. All right, so as usual. And I'll see here
Melissa.
Yeah.
Retaliation needs to ban on the Melissa.
Interesting.
So that there you go. So Boss Esports don't get it now. Every single game, Retaliation just gonna ban up Melissa because Melissa is just too much to let go of. Right? You got away with it once, you're not gonna get away with it again because now the picks are starting to wear thin. So you don't take the risk. Now the other one that was left open is the Belleric. So Belleric's got to go here, and now Retaliation will start looking for answers. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of pull off a first pick Minotaur as well.
I guess that depends on where we go. First pick Minotaur. What, for the side of Retaliation? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That would be something. I feel like you're giving up
maybe
a
a
lot
Freya
of
here.
picks. Yeah, Freya could be a possibility.
Oh yeah, Freya is still open. Yeah.
So we're gonna see Belleric gets a band out, and we're gonna see what that first pick is from the side of Retaliation. I mean,
Valentina,
I don't think we go with the jungler here. Valentina's kind of it's a reactionary pickup when the enemy's got something that you're gonna want. Yeah, I think it's a little too early for the Valentina. Maybe something in the marksman lane. It's gonna be very interesting. Or do we pick up something flex or something that we can put in the jungle?
I believe they're gonna focus on Joy, you know, on the XP lane. Oh, okay, Lilia.
Okay, it's nice.
I believe they're gonna avoid Harley here.
It's not bad for I was thinking Novaria, right? If first pick, but then now with the Lilia being picked up, you get the early game damage, you kind of get wave clear, you get mid lane control as well, and now you prevent a lot of tanky picks come out on the side from Boss Esports. So Boss Esports must be thinking they were probably assuming they wanted to go Esmeralda at some point, right? Because not a lot of EXP laners left right now. There's no Paquito, there's no Barats that they could go for. Freya was used up by them already. Uranus is not going to be picked up because they put the right, so their picks are starting to wear thin. I don't think it's the best pick here, but Maracucho did play it a lot. Esmeralda is what I was talking about. Here it comes again. So Retaliation kind of read into this, and you know what? The one pick that they picked up is the one that counters both Esmeralda as well as Harley. So Retaliation, man, they got a double whammy with their first pick. Great first pick.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious as to the mindset behind the Esme and the Harley pickup here too. Especially even without the Lilia out there against the Esmeralda, I feel like the Esmeralda kind of thrown out there so quickly. There's some counters that can come out that Esmeralda just does not do well against here. Here, Charisla, I mean, it's not exactly a counter to the Esmeralda, but Esmeralda does have a lot more movement speed, so she can cut lane and be able to join her team a lot faster if that's the way they go when it comes to this pressure. I do like the double lineup coming here from the side of Retaliation.
You know what though, like you know what, sorry Rico, if you look at the lineup that Retaliation kind of built for the long run with this Terizla to control a certain part of a team fight, certain part of the map for the team fight, with Glue trying to mount on top of Esmeralda, Retaliation are cooking, man. They've got the ingredients. It's just that they're kind of reverse searing their steak right now, right? That's what they're doing right now. Well, Novaria comes out on the other hand, but you're not gonna do a lot of damage to the Terizla, neither the Glue, because they're gonna eat that poke like a champ. And same thing with the Lilia as well. So Novaria is not a bad pick by any means, but I'm liking the first half of Retaliation a lot more, Rico.
Yeah, actually, I thought that with Novario, like we're heading for like the first two responses coming out from boss. We thought, for example, Harley and Novario, not Esmeralda as well. But that's okay now. Esmeralda making more sense here on this composition so far from a boss spot. But I want to talk about Terizla for Joy that we saw yesterday, Chrono. So Joy playing so well with Terizla, you know, like giving opportunities for the rest of the teammates, using the penalty zone and the execution that worked so well with a very interesting combo. So that might be like the same thing here, like Retaliation is thinking about, like, so we're gonna see like the gold lane, maybe a Brody here, like with this composition Brody to ban. I don't know, maybe to get the burst of a damage here to help them to get an advantage before some objectives, for example. That might be interesting. But now Hayabusa, okay, coming out for Shu, like as we show like the link, so why not like making Hayabusa and do the same performance, do the same job here. Now Gary, okay, and now the last ban here, like maybe Brody, I think.
Fanny? They could get Brody because they got the fourth pick, right? I'm thinking Fanny ban here, probably. What do you think?
Okay, that's a good one. Hi, Brody.
Never mind.
Yeah, they got the Brody out there, which only leaves what, the Clint out there, or unless we're just gonna go to the total bottom of the pile and go with like a Maya Hanabi pickup out there. We still got some decent jungle pickups for the side of Retaliation too here. You got the Nolan, which I think they're kind of like trying to steer him toward, is that Nolan pickup here. I think that's one of the last ones that's kind of left right now.
The Natalia
off the board.
Oh my god.
We saw yesterday, right?
He played this yesterday. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy.
Right?
The tempo was controlled by Retaliation completely, and it was a similar composition. You had the Clint, you had the Natalia, you had I'm not sure if it was Glue or Terizla, but they had a front line. I think Terizla was there as well. So they're kind of running it back right now. The same play that they did yesterday, they're running it back. So it's a repeat. Oh, Tamal special with the Franco. The absolute cinema right now.
I'm really excited to see how this goes, because I was kind of wondering, how do we close the distance onto the back line with this Novaria too, which can usually be the biggest problem. But yeah, when you got a Natalia out there, it doesn't matter where you are on the map, you have to be fearful of that ability to close the distance on you. Here, Franco's going to be very interesting to see, especially if he kind of sticks closer to some of those squishier targets. It might take away a lot of options for Natalia.
If you have no Selena here with the Absolute Arrow, at least you're gonna try the same thing here with Franco and the hook to see and target someone on the Retaliation composition. So as we saw, like Natalia playing yesterday with Retaliation as well, and it worked so well. And like I saw that private making a comment on the chat yesterday, like about this and Natalia. So that makes more sense, especially when it comes like no targets to work against Natalia, with the AoE being so effective as well. So let's see what's going to happen here on this game number 3, my friends.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are at game 3. RTO and Boss at 1-1 apiece. Kronos, whose draft do you like here?
I'm like, I mean, It's not that it doesn't matter what I like, to be honest, at this point, just because of the fact that we got a Franco, man. Who doesn't like seeing a Franco in the land of Dawn, especially in pro play, in the hands of a Franco expert at that too? Yeah, I would love to see some of those hooks, but also at the same time, you got this assassin who is actually a true assassin to the name, this Natalia, and first blood could be coming from Kaito Kid, forcing Ziggy to flicker out as well.
I just have to say, Shu has really surprised me here with his confidence in his role here. Oh, God, and we have a little bit of a hook there. Shu, just as I was singing your praises, Shu, don't embarrass me. But yeah, like I was talking about his confidence, and especially to pick a Natalia against the Novaria, I feel like that's got to say something about your confidence playing something, especially when you have the potential of an Astral Echo that could give away your position very easily. So we're going to see how well that kind of plays out for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think now that you mentioned about the Astral Echo, kind of, you know, rings a bell a little bit. Shu will get spotted out, so might not be as easy of a game that he had yesterday. But still, you know, now you're going up against one of the bosses of ADT and North. No pun intended. Although maybe full pun intended. But also at the same time, look at Maracucho. He needs to target Rimu QT, who has only a flicker.
Oh, Rimu must smell something. Oh, Tamal goes out and lets him know. Just misses it. He could taste that hook. Rimu just narrowly gets out of the way of that.
He does. And now Shu as well, right? Making sure he farms up level 5. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Pika UXP taking a lot of damage from this Lilia. This is what we were talking about. The Lilia is just a nasty pick against the Esmeralda. Oh, the top side though. Rimuguti SOD tries to go serious, comes in at the right time. It's first blood. He might be going down though.
Yeah, able to answer back at least. Boss comes back very quickly, and Shu allowing him the time to be able to kind of pick up that first objective. So, I mean, they put a lot of pressure up top, and I don't really feel like Boss really was trying for that objective. They kind of, and they did what you're supposed to. If you're not going to be able to get the objective, or you feel like your chances aren't too great there, at least make something happen on the opposing side of the map, and that's exactly what they were able to do here.
Oh, Pika UXP, he almost got caught, forced to flicker instantly. Good reaction time though coming out from Pika UXP. Meanwhile, on the top side, it was a similar reaction speed from Sirius's SOD. So I think Retaliation do have something that they're working with, but also Boss Esports. Man, this is where, you know, we were talking about the tank meta that we don't like, and this is what we want to see. It gets a little brawly, it gets a little dependent on RNG, where you kind of want to maximize your chances with these hooks, right? If you land one of those hooks, it'll be so dangerous.
Look at both of these XP laners. No boundaries whatsoever. Both of them in enemy territory, cutting each other's lane so that if they can hopefully join the fight a little quicker. Here, though, it looks like the gold, it looks like that the side of Pika is going to go ahead and join the fight quicker. Oh, no. Oh!
I don't know. Oh, Shu. Ooh. Almost got a face of the Astral Recall, but Joy, I mean, Pika UXP. Oh, flicker penalties don't catch his 2 members. Now Song might be going in. I don't know if this is a good time for Boss Esports Private.
Yeah, they might be in a little bit of trouble here. Pika trying to get to the safety of the tower. He could nearly taste it. Unfortunately, Freedom just inches away. Oh. The misjudgment from Rimacutie to not get across that wall actually made Tamal's hook all the more funnier, because for all intents and purposes, Rimacutie was intending to be in that position. It's just getting that little speed boost. He didn't get close enough to the wall before the boost went off, and the hook went totally wide there. So a little bit of luck for the side of RTO. Now sitting at 2-1 right now. Boss looking for a way to try to even this out.
Man, I'm telling you, it's just goofy. It's just goofy the entire time, this entire game, with that Patrick skin being a little more goofy as well. Astral Echo coming out, Recall, SOD being expended as well. But oh, the fight will continue here.
Yeah, all the way onto the backside. Shu able to go ahead and find himself a turtle, while Matakucho able to answer back at the team. Relegation finds a kill onto Tamal, and now the fight continues. Pika in a little bit of trouble. Song trying to find himself another ultimate. He does. Shu finds himself a tower as well. Song able to find the killing blow onto Matakucho. The Astral Echo was just a little bit wide. Sirius has come online, finds himself a kill. Song might not be long. Oh, he's still able to find himself an ultimate. A little bit of shield. Oh, dancing around like now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get out of this right now. Trying to bounce his way to freedom. Sirius right on his heels. Oh, and just misses the SOD, followed by a meteor that goes wide.
I mean, I don't know how you missed that SOD. That's point blank range, to be honest, right? Maybe he was trying to aim for Kaito Kid. That's probably why he missed it. But taking a look at the items as well, Pika UXP surviving a little bit just because you got the Dreadnought armor early on, where you have to see Maracucho pop off a little bit. Only has Genius Wand so far. Purple buff will be secured by Maracucho. Does have the Retribution. Gold lead on the side of Retaliation, about 3,000-ish. Right, once it passes the 5K mark, that's when you start being concerned for Boss Esports. But Retaliation, on the other hand, they're having a good time. They're happy days so far. The Natalia's not really had too much of a problem, apart from that hook that we saw less than 1 minute in the game, and the Astral Echo plus the hook is kind of being the combo that they're looking to make, Boss Esports.
Yeah, and fortunately for the side of Retaliation, it just really have not been able to kind of throw that combo together in a way that has been able to really ward off Natalia. Although Shu, I want to say, is doing a great job of kind of really focusing on the objectives, not really going for kills. As you can see from the skill, or from the stats here, 0, 0, and 1. Oh God, a whole mess of members there. Ziggy able to go ahead and find himself the Lord. Rimacuti gonna go ahead and find himself a tower. On the backside, Maracuto in trouble, is going to be able to find himself. On the backside, Shu is following. Had the scent for blood. Kaido Kid able to find the finishing blow. Finally. A beautiful hook, followed by a flicker underneath the tower, and Joy might be in trouble. But Asa Tarizla just does not have the, just manages to sidestep a meteor and get out of the way. Sirius comes in with a great SOD to finish the job.
Yeah, it finishes the job. It felt like a moment where Joy was probably going to say call an ambulance, but not for me. Unfortunately, just ended up being for himself. And Boss Esports, this is a very brawly game so far, man. 7-6 the kill score, and Tamal landing those hooks are going to be crucial even more now. Although Shu has not been as impactful as we'd like to have seen on this Natalia so far, right? And looking at the items as well, Rimu QT, the good news is he's got himself a Sky Piercer, Endless Battle as well. Probably going to go into the Blade of the Heptases right now, or maybe even a Hunter Strike to provide extra bit of mobility. Oh, and another thing is, Ziggy, those orbs haven't really been landing too much. And similarly to what Shu's been having a tough time, Maracucho has been having the similar tough time as well, just because of how we saw in the draft that this Lilia will be able to eat that deadly magic and just use Black Shoes to get out of it.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think the last time we saw the Novaria out there was combined with a Bedang, which allowed the Fist Crack to come in, and then that Astral Orb would come out. Oh, and here we do. Astral Echo is out. We do have those big and wider kill spots for the side of RTO. Next, Lord is up on the battlefield, and now you can see very quickly, Shoot immediately goes for it. A big flicker, suppression, and Song able to get away. Pika, but gets caught by Pika on the backside. Sirius goes down to the big damage from the Clint. Rimu able to scoop that up, but that's going to be a Lord going into the pockets of Retaliation.
Yeah, and I think they get themselves a Lord, so a little bit of map control. But look at PKUXP. He's able to eat up a lot of damage. Hook misses again. Astral Echo coming out. Kaito Kid, and you forced to use the Black Shoes, but the Bloody Hunt locking down Joy. Deadly Magic and everything. Expectedly still not able to survive. Maracucho tries to go in, but Penalty's coming into the flicker as well. And they take out Maracucho, and Joy still survives throughout the entire time. Shu comes in, picks up the scraps, a double in his pocket, and the Lord is not even at the foot of their base.
I feel like right there, Maracucho actually doomed his team because Joy was looking for an escape. What's that deadly magic on him? Joy's like, I have no choice. I need to get some health back. So he penalty zoned into them, found himself a kill, and still able to survive there. Oh, Kaido Kid. What a beautiful Black Shoes from the back of the tower all the way back to the front, finding themselves a huge amount of damage. 12-7 right now. Retaliation finding themselves very hard to stop right now.
You know what? The Bloody Hunt connecting as well from Tamal at the right time. Winter Crown coming out, so making sure Kaito Kid can't do a lot. SOD connecting. This could be dangerous, but Kaito Kid instantly Black Shoes, but penalty zone coming out from Joy as well at the same time. Purify popped, and Rimu QT doesn't know if he has to go back or stay in the fight because they're extending. Maracucho is present once again, but he'll be going down soon. Joy is just so tanky. Finally, Sirius takes him out.
The damage coming out from Rimu, even on the back foot. Shu finds himself another kill. Passive for the first 10 minutes of this game, but in the last minute and 27 seconds has mounted up 3 kills.
God damn, this is what we're talking about. It comes in at the right time and then gets the kills, right? Tamal, we were kind of expecting these hooks in the early game. At this point of the game, when he gets these hooks, Retaliation are just diving in, and Joy is just a little too tanky. And you know what? Speaking of tanky, I want to take a look at his items, man. Did he just not absorb a full Deadly Magic, Pika UXP's damage, as well as Ziggy's Astral recalls, and then Sirius was just doing damage as well? The Queen's Wings, there you go. Queen's Wings plus the Radiant Armor, that's what kind of helped them out. And topside Shu, he gets caught private.
Yeah, big damage coming out. Sirius intro is going to be able to find himself a kill there. Kaido Kid finds a kill onto Tamal. Black Shoes activated. Maracucho is going to need to find himself an escape. SOD is out, and you can see Song hanging around. He's like, I dare you to come on in here. I am ready. I am hungry, and we are waiting for it. That's going to go ahead and open up this next Lord for the side of Retaliation.
And you know what, Boss Esports, I mean, we didn't even notice this private, but almost 10,000 goal lead on side of Retaliation, right? And Boss Esports still keep brawling them the entire time, and Retaliation are okay with it. They don't mind it. They've reached their item power spikes. And you said it yourself too, Rimu QT's damage is absolutely unexpected from afar. And Boss Esports, I don't know why they still want to pick these fights.
I mean, it's about keeping kind of that tempo up here. You're talking about 2 teams that aren't going to really be making a lot of mistakes when it comes to kind of leaving those openings up. And a lot of these teams, especially once you start getting up into the pro scene, you have to make those like cracks in the armor for your team to kind of find that advantage here. Right now, 13-minute mark, Retaliation has a great job. They're keeping up the tempo, and tempo is the name of this meta right now. Keep that up from the front and continue to push. Now, Lord coming in through the mid.
Ooh, what
big
a
fight.
Got 4 members too, private.
Yeah, Rimacuna's gonna go ahead and find that big damage on the Tamal. Look at the base! Immediately chunked down. Retaliation with their second victory of the series.
Oh my god, that penalty zone was nasty. It caught both of us off guard, man. Like, you know what, Joy? I said it before, I'll say it again. If he's allowed to make plays, Retaliation will win.
Yeah, we saw that coming from yesterday, Kronos, about Joy's performance. So when he gets this Playmaker Heroes, it is so good for Retaliation. But man, what can we say about a performance from Shu and Natalia one more time here in the jungle, and Kaito Kid with the Lilia? So Retaliation here, like, okay, game number 1 here was a full dominance from Boss Esports. The game number 2 was a full dominance from Retaliation. This game here was like very tied, like in the early game, in the mid game, that we can say that. But even though that all the time, like Retaliation was like looking for pickoffs, looking for advantage, looking for something on the map here to work as well and play through this macro game and getting the kills, getting the advantage here. So you have these players playing so comfortable. Even Remuke here with the Clink at in early game, he was so focused. But even though Retaliation having their resilience and most of all having the brilliance and the consistency to play and win this game number 3.
Not like this. It's back and forth, Private. It's so back and forth the entire time. I mean, the only, it's like, I agree with what Rico's saying, but I'm just thinking about it, like, this series can't keep going on like this, right? It's one-sided pretty much every game. Like, and yes, this game, Boss Esports looked like they were putting up a fight, but it just looked like it, to be honest. On the kill score, in terms of goal, they had no chance whatsoever. And I think it very well played from Retaliation. So game number 1, Boss Esports. Game number 2, Retaliation. Game number 3, Retaliation. So are you telling me Retaliation have finally found their groove now that they're on match point?
I want to say that my big handoff here is a Shu and the understanding of the utilization of this Natalia in the early game. I think there was kind of the worry that those Astral Echoes would be revealing it, and a lot of the fights really did not involve Shu in the early game. Shu just went around farming, getting objectives. I think got at least 1 or 2 towers there, but was focused solely on the objective, while the rest of the team, the 2 tank front line, able to bully and push back the rest of Boss, all the while Shu's able to continue mounting up those turtles, mounting up that farm that they needed until we got to about the 10 or 11 minute mark where Shu just started coming online. So I want to say a great understanding, not just of a hero that they play, but understanding that when a hero is at a disadvantage at a certain part of the game, what you need to do to still be successful with that hero. So, I mean, Shu has really kind of shown out here. You're talking about Joy, and I do agree, some great plays out there, but man, I constantly have to kind of pick up my jaw from the floor every single time Shu is out there trying to making those great plays and the understanding that they have.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right here, Private. My question here, guys, is how far we can talk that one, Retaliation playing so well with the picks and the execution, and how far we can talk that this Franco might be not one of the best roles here on this last game coming out from Boss Sports. You know?
Hey, Private, you want to take it? That Franco? About to say.
I mean, I know you were excited, and it's something that Samal kind of excels in, but that might speak to something that comes up to like the level of competition here. There's one thing to be good on a hero, but then there's another thing is that this hero also fits into the composition and has a place in the meta that you're going to be successful on. No doubt that Franco was played very well, some great flicker hooks into the tower, but did it provide what the team needed when it came to kind of like the setting potential or some type of initiating factor for the side of Boss? Because it did feel like that was a little bit lacking. I mean, with that, you might as well gone with like a Kalea who does basically the same thing. You can get one person, isolate them out while your team can hopefully do something against that. But the reason Kalea has fallen off and the reason that you get things like an Atlas pickup now is because you've got things that can affect more than one person, that can affect like a nice AoE of area that your team can take advantage of. And unfortunately, that Franco just was not it when it comes to being able to provide that type of support for the team.
You know what the Franco was? Just a wave of nostalgia that hit me, and then all of a sudden I'm brought back to reality looking at the game that he played, right?
What shot? What
just
kill?
like, That's the only thing. He got one shot, one kill the entire game. So let's move on from that. I'm gonna put that away. The Tamal memory of Franco, that doesn't exist. I like to have those good memories that I did back in what 3-4 years ago. But now looking at Harley being banned, Belleric's been taken out, Atlas and Eudora, the picks are starting to wear thin, folks. We're at game number 4 now. Retaliation at match point and Boss Esports. I mean, they kind of need this, right? They kind of need this for it to go all the way. Freya gets taken off the table right now. What else is left? Uranus is a really good pick if they want to go for it, but I don't know if it's first pick material right now. Melissa has got to go right now. There you go. So what are the other first pick material? I'm thinking only Valentina, just because of the fact that you can take away whatever big ultimates that could come out on the other side, right?
Okay.
But the chip is another greater factor too. Oh wait, Hirata was open.
Okay. Okay. But you know what, Kronos in private, I'm not sure if you're gonna agree with me. We're seeing like Hirata appearing here like today is so much, but I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to explain. But I'm not seeing like Hirata being that like game-changing hero in this game.
It's not the hero.
Far, you know?
It's not the hero. It's the player. It's the pilot. I'm telling you, it's
Well,
a broken hero.
It's
an absolutely broken hero. Early
that
game
solves
is strong.
everything.
It's the pilot, man. It's the pilot.
Okay.
Well, it kind of comes on to the point, and maybe and I've seen. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I was going to say, yeah, as an overall in the ADT right now, at least especially today, Harara has not been as effective when it comes to a lot of these objectives. She's been doing such a great job being able to get in there, get those objectives, and get out. But I feel like one key point that is kind of lacking that that Kronos pointed out about the Ling is maybe it's not one of those things that we want to come in to try to 0 to 100 somebody. It's one of those, the fight goes on, you got a bunch of stragglers out there. That's maybe where Harara should start shining, coming in there, catching those stragglers out there, and then being able to get herself out of harm's way. If that's the way we're going to play it, I feel like we're going to be very, very successful with her. It's just that when it comes to those 0 to 100, she's just not it as well. Boss, am I?
Yeah.
Am I?
This is.
They used Rafaela already.
I think, yeah, I know. About to say this is probably an maybe some tech issues going on, folks. 100% some tech issues going on over there. Since we are at Global Band, don't worry, right? All 3 of us caught it at the same time. If you could go and take a look at our expression, screenshot it, probably post it, tag us on our social media as well. Tag MLBB Esports so that we get to see what our expression was when we got that random pick. And going back to what you were saying, Private, about the Hirara trying to pick up the stragglers, just like the Ling does. That's kind of the way you want to play the Hirara as well, right? That's why I said it's not in terms of the hero is not good. It's kind of like the pilot is running it, but also to add what you were saying, it's the composition you build for the Hirara to be the main factor, for the Hirara to be the main star of the show in the early game. So Hirara shines when you have the Eudora, when you have Valentina that can poke out the opponents, the Lilia, that's another great hero, the Novaria, I don't know if I said that already, but yeah, that's another great pick to kind of poke down the opposition. Hirara comes in, cleans up the mess, and that's what Hirara needs to do. Although she does have high damage, high raw damage on her own as well. 2 CC immune skills, what, 6 dashes if I'm not wrong, 2 with skill 1, you got the skill 2, that's a dash with damage, and then you got skill 2 again with dash and damage, and then you get skill 1 again, so that's like 6 to 8 dashes. So of course the hero is plenty broken, and I think it's probably going to be hit with the nerf really soon. But another reason why we don't see it come out a lot, or when we see it come out a lot, it's not so successful because she's such a complicated hero to still play, right? It's more of a like the timing, the situation, what are you going to go for? Are you going to dash here? Are you going to prioritize this damage? I've seen some players, for example, King Kong from MPL Philippines, he plays for Onyx, right? One of the best assassin players in the world. We know him from a very long time. He's the one who kind of made Joy to what she is after playing M6, if I'm not wrong. But with the Hirara, his timing is crucial, right? You use the falling maple once, but you don't use it the second time. So you have a way to kind of immune yourself out of the situation. So I think he's one of the perfect examples to see why Hirara is such a nasty pick and kind of like a broken pick in the current meta right now. Just another reason is because she sets the tempo, and that's the most important thing. Rico, I hope what Private and I said answers the question that you had.
Present, Professor. Present. It's a true professor coming up here. Go on, Private. What do you want to say?
I don't know. I was just gonna say I'm kind of wondering where we go from here if we are a boss. Like,
okay.
Picking the Rafaela, I'm kind of like at a point where like it's just. I feel like there's an aura of desperation out there, some sweat kind of cooking from the side of boss here, especially you're at the game point here for the side of retaliation. Oh, and I just want to mention too, I am super dangerously close to being absolutely perfectly correct in all of my picks today when it comes even to the games that these guys were gonna have.
Keep the ball rolling, Private. Keep the ball rolling.
So we're going to see here. We do have them. I mean, they're going to go back. I believe these are going to be the exact picks that they have at Sans, this final pickup for the side of a boss. And then we're going to see what we answer back for. That big tanky front line of this Alice, followed with the great sustain that you have with the Matilda. Matilda, probably one of my favorite roams right now. Not just right now. It's been one of my favorite roams, but it's finding a great place in the current meta as well.
Yeah. And so still like talking about Hirara performance here, like only by playing with these aggressive heroes, or maybe with some that can follow up with some damage before, like she uses the dashes and the skills to cause the damage as well. But also with like I think there were some heroes with a hard engage, such as Minotaur, for example, or Grok. Then she can manage the energy to use the dashes, you know, not only to cause damage, but maybe somehow, like if anything goes wrong, that she's able to survive, she's able to escape as well here, to not to get any worse situation to the enemy. So now we're seeing here a Beatrix on a Retaliation's composition. I want to see, like I'm trying to see some combo or some composition, some special compositions to Beatrix here to work as well. Since I'm looking for Marcel, for example, if he didn't appear today. I think that Retaliation didn't use Marcel still, so I don't know, maybe it can be a possibility.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Marcel just slipped through the entire draft. I was looking at the Kaja just because of how the Beatrix got picked up, and I think they were trying to fake this Matilda as a roamer and slaughter in the mid lane. I was just running through my mind that I was just running that through my mind that I'm losing words right now. It's too late, but yeah, I think Kaja is a great ban. Marcel is probably going to be another ban that Boss Esports are going to take out right now.
Well, it has to be. Right?
It depends. The Marcel, I've noticed, it has been one of the riskier roam picks in the meta right now. And it's one of those that you need to have a very, very synergized team to be able to take full advantage of. We saw it a little bit in the first series. Didn't really have a great impact, and Marcel's one of those that I feel like has some very specific picks that work well with it, that you need to kind of use to synergize with your team. Otherwise, you're basically just kind of using his golden hour reactionary to kind of help your guys get away, or to maybe as like a stun to hold in the enemy as you try to look for a gank. Here's going to be that Fanny ban, and I'm wondering what else. Shoot, man, I have been so impressed. I'm kind of giddy right now because I want to see what Shu has in store here for this last game for Retaliation.
Okay, no.
Potentially last game.
Never mind. I was about to say like Matilda on the mid lane here, maybe like Retaliation looking for some tanky roamers, for example. But now Lunox here on the mid lane, Matilda still roaming, and they decided for the jungler, the last pick. We're now here seeing maybe Lapu. Okay.
You know what? The last pick, Nolan. Shu can just go Nolan. Doesn't have to
Yeah,
think twice
yeah,
about it. He
yeah.
hasn't played the Nolan so far. But I like the Aurora, but I like the Vexana a little better, just because of the fact that you do have that Deathly Grasp, and then into the Returnal Guardian. Not so long of an animation for those skills. Lapu though, I don't know. Dirot, it's better. It's better, right? The Dirot is kind of better against the Algae. Oh my god, bro just said no and went for the Guinevere completely. I'm really liking confidence of Retaliation, right? You go for the Nolan because it's safer. You're able to keep up with the tempo of the Hirara, and you're not losing out, but you're not exactly winning. But with the Guinevere, you're given your option. It's a 60-40 or a 70-30, not a 50-50 anymore. 70% chance you win if you play it right, 30% you win if you don't play it right? So it's a risk, but there is a reward at the end of the tunnel, and I like where Retaliation doing. 70-30, bro. I'm telling you, the math ain't mathing today.
I was trying to do that math in my head. I'm like, okay, works 50% of the time, 40% of the time. All right.
Exactly.
But yeah,
math right there.
70% plus 30% here, like the dot 20%. Oh my god, I'm lost.
Oh gosh, yeah, but this potentially could be the final match. Retaliation here on game points, and it looks like Boss kind of fighting for their survival, their spots potentially in the AMER, the MCT AMER.
You know what, Private? We were talking about how game number 1 was Boss Esports showing, hey, this is the line, we draw it. You wanna but duke it out with the big boys, pass through the gate. They're kind of being the gatekeepers. And what happened? Retaliation said, all right, bro, hold up. Me and my gang about to pull up, and that's what they did. Pull up 2 games in a row, and now for the 3rd one, they're looking solid. I like their draft, the ability to outplay the situation that they're in if they maneuvered themselves right. They've got a Kaito Kid on a Lunox, is absolutely dangerous, can dive, can kite, can get out of harm's way, Ruby DD combos. You got the Guinevere that can jump into the backline straight away, so you're forcing Sirius on a Purify, and the moment you force Sirius on a Purify, it's gonna have a much more passive laning phase against the Beatrix, and it's gonna be much more passive when the Throne of Ruin comes in from Joy.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest part for these team members. Is for me, I'm kind of looking at Shu right now, because Guinevere is not exactly the greatest of playmakers. She enables her team, especially with the Violet Requiem, but the damage really does not come online until like mid to late game for her to actually start getting some of those one shots in there. So it's really going to be to help enable the rest of her team to kind of get in there and get the damage. So we're going to really need to be looking at some of the other members here. Joy has always been very prominent, but now we're kind of looking at Kaito Kid, Song, and Rimo Cutie to start kind of picking up their weight, especially here in the early game as we start closing the distance through a bunch of these turtle fights. 9 seconds, speaking of which, for the next turtle.
Yeah, and you know what, I'm like how you mentioned about they kind of need to pick up their weight. Especially I'm keeping my eyes on Rimo QT, because he didn't have he just had a bang average performance so far, right? That's what I would say. He's not been great. He's not had any crazy highlights. He's not had any terrible moments. He's just been bang average. But we want to see them step up, right? I mean, there'll be some strike misses. He tried to commit on the Song there, but I do want to see Rimo Cutie kind of step up to the plate, own this game right now, take the Beatrix and show us what you can do with it.
Well, for me, I'm not so sure if I would say Rimo Cutie has kind of been a stalwart. It's just in comparison to the rest of the team, who, especially Joy, especially Shu, who have been shining here. Speaking of which, turtle down to 25%. Violet Requiem finds its a mark. Mara Cutie gets taken down with that final shot by Song.
That's what I was talking about, man. That's what the Guinevere does. You get caught, you come in, spatial migration, popped up into the air, and all of a sudden you're just bouncing around the Violet Requiem for days, and that's what this Guinevere provides. That's why I love the draft that they kind of went with over here, taking that risk to get that reward, and it's working out. And guess what? Now they're going in, Bennett's Rage, Purify pop, they're going to snipe, and he connects that as well. It's just that he didn't have the damage being on the top side, Kaito Kid, but Pika UXP flickered, but flickered into his own death there.
What a flicker there. They still eat the Abyssal Strike, but then actually gets taken down. As we take a look at the items, already picking up the Flask of the Oasis for Matilda. So that's going to be an extra amount of shielding every single time that you have Song using these guiding winds, which is going to be just this huge amount of sustain for her team in a lot of these fights.
And the extra bit of sustain definitely helps out a little bit more. And already less than 5 minutes in, they get the tier 1 on the top side. You're kind of push back this D-Rod early on, so now you're allowing your allies to scale, get better, move a lot more in the map, and kind of destroying the hopes and dreams of what Boss Esports are trying to build with that early game snowball from the EXP lane through this D-Rod.
That man, the Dyrot, I talked about this before, and I kind of pointed out like the big reason he's got some problems. He does a great amount of damage, especially against the tanky meta, but he's still so susceptible. He's so squishy. To me, he's like the Lapu Lapu in that he can be bursted down so quickly. More than that, though, the damage he can dish out is what's the term for it? It's predetermined, or like you see it coming. You can predict it.
Yeah.
So it's telegraphed, exactly, and that's something you really don't want to be doing in this game, especially at this type of level where you just know exactly where he's going to try. You know an Abyssal Strike is coming. You know how to avoid it as well, because an Abyssal Strike, you got like almost 2 seconds to prepare for it. So it's going to be very interesting here. Another turtle picked up for the side of Retaliation. Joy being chased a bit by Pika, and here, I mean, shoot, right now. Retaliation is looking pretty unstoppable here in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm telling you, not just unstoppably. I think the fruit of their hard work is starting to show, right? They've been playing the ADT for almost every single game. I don't know if they kind of knew each other from before and built up any sort of synergy, but the synergy that they built up throughout this tournament is starting to show, and it's working wonders. Meanwhile, for Boss Esports, it just feels like a mix and mash of things that's just put together. Now they're going on top, making sure Pika UXP's life is a little more difficult, take him out, and again allowing Joy to rotate much faster, Song providing that extra bit of mobility. And you know what, Private? Shoes only made one play so far.
Yeah, and that's the great thing too about having somebody that skilled that can actually not really take a break, but can kind of change it up into something that will get you that little pop-up, so that the rest of your team, because you have the confidence in the rest of your team to be able to kind of dish out the damage when you provide those opportunities for them here. We talked a little bit about like when it comes to kind of a little bit of rust here for them. And there's some great players. Oh, big pop-up does land up there. Pika able to find a kill onto Kaido Kid. Joy looking for an escape, getting chased down by 4 members. Ancient Guardian on the back heels there, chasing them down, and Retaliation comes in for the reply, but just a few seconds too late.
Yeah, a few seconds too late could be the difference maker in this entire game. All Pika UXP goes in, throw the forward straight into the back line as well, and Minoan Fury trying to catch someone, but guess what? Into the Violet Requiem they go. Pika UXP's down and out, and look at Joy, just sustaining, taking so much damage. Rimu QT wants to get the snipe, misses the Renner shot. But they get the turtle, they'll get the tier 1 in the mid lane, and they get much more than that. Full control of this game and the tempo in their favor.
Yeah, you can already see one item, just the Hunter Strike for Maracucho. On the Harara, you can see already 2 items, including the magic wand for the side of Shu. Speaking of which, Joy in a little bit of trouble here, might get bursted down, is able to still find an escape.
Boom. Yeah, he does indeed. Minoan Fury comes out as well at the right time to try and disengage, but look at Bennett's Rage coming out. Oh, throw it away from Joy. Straight into the back line. Try to buy some time. Not the right play. So giving a little bit of breathing room for Boss Esports. I think they kind of threw that part away, but they do get the tier 2 on the top side in exchange. So RTO still applying pressure.
You say giving a little bit of breathing room? Yeah, out of a plastic bag that's wrapped around their head. Just a tiny bit of breathing breathing room for these guys because they still were able to get themselves a tower from it and aren't able to actually mount that big of a comeback just yet. You're still down to about, they haven't even touched the towers on the side of Retaliation as I'm looking at it right now. And 4 towers down on the side of Boss here.
And you know what though, Private? Another thing that I want to point out about Retaliation is every game that we've been watching them, they've gotten better. They've gotten better they've made these mistakes early on in the tournament and they've fixed that slowly and steadily. And now we're seeing what's probably the final form in the ADT. Oh my god. Just engage after engage and a wombo combo coming through. And Retaliation, Remo QT, a maniac, and a full wipe. Retaliation firmly in the driver's seat. Boss Esports, I don't know, man. Don't feel like a boss so much anymore.
Yeah, what a turnaround for that. It looked like Boss had a great jump on the side of Retaliation, but they answered back so quickly. Shu, so quickly able to get in there with the Violet Requiem. The rest of the team came in with this huge amount of damage, and this is going to enable a very free Lord for the side of Retaliation.
Hey, you know what? We needed new blood in the North American side in terms of players who are more hungry, and I think Retaliation are it. They've been hungry for a while. They want to prove themselves right now. A new influx of players, a new generation of players coming through for North America. Retaliation, you have shown us, you've given us a little bit of a taste of what it is, and you know what? We want to see it in the MCT. Will Boss Esports be able to defend this Private, or will Retaliation just snatch this away from them and go into the MCT?
You talked about it at the beginning of this series. It is time in North America for some of that new blood to start coming in. And Retaliation has been that in spades. Series able to answer back. Pika down for the side of Boss. Zoo able to find himself a kill as well. Lord coming in with only 2 members left for the side of Boss. Retaliation seal the deal. The new blood reigns supreme in Retaliation and earn themselves a spot in MCT AMER.
They earned it. They snatched it away from Boss Esports. They fought tooth and nail to take it away. Boss Esports drew a line, said that you want to fight it out with the big boys, you gotta be a big boy yourself. And guess what? Retaliation have been working in the dark, lurking in the shadows, hungry, waiting for the right moment to strike. And when the opportunity presented itself, they were shining in gold because they came out on top and they take the series 3-1. And my god, they've been getting better every single game, and I'm only excited to see what they can bring forth in the MCT.
We are seeing history being made, Private, here with Retaliation earning the last spot here on the MCT AMER North. Congrats to the new kids here on the block, and they are like a part of it.
I mean, an absolutely excellent game played here by the side of Retaliation too as well, and the replies every single time Boss even had themselves. Look, even here you saw that like they got caught and they still able to answer back. The reactionary time, the synergy that they have. So many people, especially, and we've talked about this before, in North America, a lot of great and skilled players that you could put onto a team, but there is just something added when you have synergy with your team, when you've been playing with a team the way that Retaliation has been through the whole of this ADT tournament, and that speaks spades, as you can see here, them, how well they were able to organize and work together as that one unit in that machine to make that all work there, especially against the team, because these guys on the side of Boss are no pushover. You saw, especially from that first game there, these guys play at a decent and at another level. The fact that Retaliation was able to get what some might consider like an upset win over the series here, 3-1. This is a pretty dominating victory in the face of a team that has experience in the MCT AMER.
Yeah.
Out with the old, in with the new. That's what we wanted, man, and that's what we're getting. I'm happy about it. I only kind of voted for Boss Esports because I thought, you know, they could pull something off. Got the experience. And looking at how Retaliation played throughout the course of yesterday and the day before, they were a little shaky, right? They were shaky, hesitating with every single decision they made. I mean, Shu wasn't feeling so confident. I think this is the best version of Shu that we've gotten so far throughout the ADT, and I'm hoping he keeps getting better and better. And I'm excited to see if Wumpy makes it. If Wumpy is there in the MCT, Shu would be a nice rivalry to start building to see who could be one of those new top junglers in North America. Private, can you see that already happen? We got to make that storyline, bro.
I'm excited to see it. I don't think North America is shy of any great junglers. What North America is kind of lacking in is with the sands of organizations, coaches, and stuff like that. I feel like is leadership that needs to come in with the team and that keeps them together. I feel like there is no shortage of teams that can elevate themselves to the level of greatness, but it's the sustaining that level that can sometimes become the problem. And we need more teams to kind of play it out, stick together, go through those trials and tribulations. Here, Retaliation took themselves a bit of a knock on the head, got dropped down to relegation here, but able to pick up those pieces and face a team that, like I said, I kind of feel like these relegation matches were probably some of the hardest matches for any of the teams in ADT, because you're dealing with teams that are experienced in the MCT AMER. So to drop down for Retaliation and to be able to come back this strong really speaks to something that's going on in that team, and that I would like to see more of in North America. So a big hat off to them. A big hat off to Boss Esports as well. Had a great game here. Unfortunately, like I said, just not enough to kind of get to that position, to get to that spot in MCT AMER.
Yeah, so that's it. We're seeing the history being made here in the MCT AMER North with the Retaliation boys playing, been through a lot here on this bracket from the ADT, and now they are on the MCT AMER North side, you know, and it's really interesting to see how these lineup is so like confident, how they are so like they have a good synergy, you know. But even though like on the first game, there was like they got that stomp versus Boss Sports. They were like, okay, we gotta focus, we gotta concentrate. We know our power, you know our strength. So that's it. Let's reset our mentality here and go through the victory. You know, they played so well. Regardless, our opinion about like some compositions in there, would say, okay, maybe this composition can work, maybe not. No, they just went through it. They just went forward. They played their styles, they played their games, and it worked so well. It was a 3-1 here, and kudos for me and Private on the predictions. I'm sorry, Kronos. I'm so sorry.
Whatever, Rico. Whatever. I was about to say, and not just that. I think in this series alone, we saw each and every single player from Retaliation having a highlight moment, right? Every single player had a highlight moment. And to highlight that highlight moment, folks, we're going into an interview with one of the players from the winning team, Retaliation, as they make their way and steal that spot from Boss Esports to get into the MCT North group.
Okay. Hey guys. Remo, the ID, please.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, I was just kind of confused that we didn't see Rico. He just kind of booted him out here. But first of all, congratulations, Kesh, on this amazing win for you guys. I'm kind of wondering, my big question is from yesterday to taking that defeat, what were the things that you guys identified that you were able to clean up today that you feel like were part of this victory for you guys?
The team spent a lot of time discussing, drafts. Like one of the weaknesses we came into when we first came into ADT was like, our draft. And, after that loss, we really decided to focus on improving the draft as a team. And, you guys saw like these pocket picks like Natalia, Terizla coming out, they were game changing. And I believe they played a significant, part of today's win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Congratulations once again, Kesh. And I think finally we get to see you on a bigger stage. Huh? Finally, you get to the MCT. I think you've been trying for a while, if I'm not wrong, with multiple teams, and finally finding the right pieces to fit and make it to this to the MCT right now. Leaving the past behind, drop all that baggage, now move forward with a new team. Like you mentioned, you got this new draft, you want this new team that you want to build around, rather. But also, it felt like game number one, it's nervousness. You guys are dropping the first game, but the comeback is insane. And I think, but when you're in the MCT, right, I don't know if it's still Swiss bracket, but the format's not out yet. I'm assuming it is. Game number one will matter. So can we see a little bit of change in the players, you know, allow them to breathe a little bit? I think especially Shu, he's been playing really well, but in game number one, he doesn't really perform at the highest levels. He does make a major comeback in game number two, though. So I'm asking you, as I'm assuming you're one of those minds that kind of keeps the players cool, right? You're leading the team moving forward. So how do you really make that happen now? From now on, rather.
You know, honestly, you know, the whole team's, you know, pretty new. We just we all got together pretty much last minute, and you know, as the season progresses, you know, the team will improve over time, and we're hoping to be one of the, you know, big powerhouses of North America, and you know, hopefully be a new face of this region.
I think I might already know the answer to this question, but as we put ADT into our rear view mirror and we start driving towards MCT AMER, is there any team specifically or players that you're looking forward to facing?
You want drama?
Give
it to us, Kesh. You know, give it to us.
You know, we're all excited to, you know, be playing in what is it, AMER now, right? Really looking forward to playing against my good friend Dez. You know, the powerhouses, A7, you know, Vendetta, man, like, you know, I think it's like 2 seasons in a row we lost against Vendetta. So, you know, we'll see how it, you know, goes this, how it goes this season. Yeah, because I remember like the first AMER, we were knocked out by Vendetta, and then the NACT, it was Vendetta again. So, you know, we're hoping to get some spin back this time. So.
All right. Hey, finally, you know what? We'll let you celebrate any any shout outs that you want to do, anyone you want to thank, the fans.
Yeah, we have to shout out like the whole team. Okay, you got to shout out Dragos. I mean, you know, there's a lot of faces behind the scenes that you guys don't know about, but you know, it's a massive team, you know, massive group of friends, you know, it wouldn't be possible without, you know, Hajal, Misu, you know, of course, everyone on the main lineup, Song, Rimu QT, Kaido Kid, Joy, and of course, you know, the jungler Shui. So, you know, everyone played an amazing role, and we couldn't have done it without, you know, everybody.
Finally, one more thing. Is there any what message before I give the prize? What message do you have for all the MCT teams that are out there? Get them on guard.
You know, we're my team actually just told me to say that you know, the team told me just to say that we're planning on, you know, winning every game, and specifically they want to call out Stress. Tell them that, you know, we're gonna win versus them, you know, and that you know, the big dogs are here.
All right.
Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on all the hard work that you guys have put into it. But hopefully you guys know this does not end the hard work. It only gets harder from here. And I very much look forward to you guys and what you guys will show us in the next MCT AMER coming up here very shortly.
Thank you, guys.
So that's how you spell the name. It's Shui. We've been saying it the entire time.
So yeah, I realized it.
He said it. So
Shue. So that's how we say it from now
We
on.
try
Shue.
Shue. No, it's Shue.
Hey, you know what? Hey, sorry, Shue. Honestly, sorry, Shue, but we'll get it correct from here on, right? We will get it correct from here on. We apologize for that mistake, but I think congratulations, though, to Retaliation and Super Kesh. I think finally getting his flowers private. He's been trying. I mean, I've been watching his journey for a long time. He's always been there with multiple teams. They fall out. There's wars on the internet. There's a lot of footage that's documented that cannot be taken down now. Words being thrown out left, right, and center, but finally makes it to the big leagues.
Well, I mean, it kind of comes as a sweet kind of swan song. As I know, it's been hard for a lot of players in North America or a lot of viewers of North America to kind of come to terms with losing some of the players that we had kind of grown up with, but that just kind of makes it all the more focused for us to kind of move forward with a lot of these new blood that we've been seeing, especially when we saw in the last AMER tournament. We're waiting for that. And speaking of the new blood, you guys can find out more information about all of these players and more if you join the community. You can take a look at the scan code there, get your phones ready to join the community and find out more about all the amazing players, the amazing teams, and their journey that they've been taking there. Not just that, of course, also about the amazing cast that you guys have seen up here on the desk. So, like I said, it's just been an amazing journey here, and we're only at ADT. We still have the MCT AMER North and South to go, which man, if this ADT has shown anything about the level of skill that we can start expecting for the MCT AMER, I mean, it's going to be such exciting matches.
It is just a taste, right? It's just a taste what is coming up here on the MCT AMER North and South, and we are happy to be a part of everything happening so far. So make sure you follow our social network as well. Private Guests NA, Rico and Nunes and ChronoCast, and also Rose underline Shinigami. She's not here with us, but she was amazing from the last few days. So guys, it is so good to see everything happening here on the ADT. So good to have you guys here as well, working together. It's awesome that I'm so happy to be a part of it.
Hey man, it's fantastic, and I think at the moment it will be up to the players to showcase what they can. Of course, North group, South group, we put them together, we get the America's champion, and we saw what happened last time on the international stage they went through. And if you want your portrait up on the scan code just like that, we were talking about new blood, a new generation of players coming in. It could be you guys, so you got to make sure you follow the social media and stay updated on what's coming next, because I'll be honest, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is only going up from here on out.
Yeah, huge opportunities for a lot of the players in there. A big thank you to the staff, everybody behind the scenes that you guys, I know we got the pretty faces up here who go ahead and keep you guys entertained, but there's a lot of staff in the background that make this possible for you guys that you may not see, that do all the work in the background, as well as a lot of the admins that run a lot of our sites and the channels, keeping things clean and healthy and positive as well. It's been an absolute honor to cast with you guys. I absolutely appreciate you guys letting me fill the giant shoes that Rose left here for us from yesterday. I really appreciate the opportunity. But yeah, it's been a great tournament.
Yeah, guys, so everybody who watched us here from all the platforms, all the channels here, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your audience, for your cheering up, everything. And once again, thank you so much for working here with Kronos and Private Cast as well, one of the best casters here on this planet. So here it is my time to say goodbye, but I hope that it's just to see you later.